start? Okay, Oni.
Bonjour.
So, uh, believe you guys are.
Huh? About. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, don't worry about it. It's all good.
Alright, Matt, Raven, include your audio. I'd appreciate it. All 10 words that Matt is going to say in the next hour and a half.
You don't know. He might rage.
Alright, so I believe that Alex was about to message Inosuke asking if he was fine bunking with Morty and Zuko.
I don't even act that part out. One second.
Oh boy.
Okay. Alex looks in the direction of where Inosuke is, was originally gonna sleep. She says, "Hey, Pigman. I was wondering if you'd be willing to bunk up with Morty and our escort today. Or tonight." Just say yes or no. Oh my god. Alright, well, just go meet up at Morty's room and ask him which room y'all want to stay in. She ends the message there, leaving a very confused Inosuke.
Apparently thinking the ship's haunted.
By the way, is Fred in the bag with Aspen?
Nah.
Okay.
Fred is probably the closest with Ty, but still kind of out and about.
Does Fred sleep?
Nah.
Alright.
He doesn't need to. He's undead. Okay. Morty opens the door. It's like, oh, hey there, Pigman. He giggles a little, calling you Pigman. And, oh. Oh, I'm in the wrong server. There we go. I don't think the ship is haunted. Why do you think the ship is haunted? Ah, that was probably Alex using some magic to talk to us telepathically. Okay, well, should probably guess we can use this room, and I don't know, maybe I can make some changes to it, because the room Morty's in does not have 3 beds. Morty says we could probably go up to the captain and talk to him about acquiring a room that had enough beds for all of us.
Alex definitely knows you're
things
down
could
to
get
sleep with
weird.
multiple people.
Yeah, things could get weird, Matt. Morty is a slut.
Funny.
Well. Well, Morty says, alright, well let's go talk to the captain, and kinda waits for you to follow him as he walks up top above deck to go talk to the captain.
While this is all going down, Alex is explaining to Zuko that she's talked to both people and they agreed.
Okay. Zuko appreciates it and continues giving you verbal guidance about firebending and forms and breathing techniques and etc., etc., etc. Different things. So Morty and Inosuke go up top, talk to the captain. Morty asks the captain if there is a room that has at least a minimum of 3 beds, where he explains him, Inosuke, and the person they're transporting could all share a room for security reasons. The captain thinks for a moment and says, well, we do have 2 rooms. They were both already occupied by others, but I suppose we could have the people in one of those rooms move out to different cabins. And he calls some people over from on top of the deck, doing work, tying knots, doing stuff. Talks to them, and they seem kind of annoyed and like ticked off, but they go downstairs and clear out their personal belongings that are already in their room. And the captain tells you which room you can go down to. And should have 3 beds available. And you guys can stay in that room. And yeah. So at this point, Morty says, let's go tell Z which room he can stay in. Morty goes down and knocks on Alex's door.
Alex peeks through the door. Oh, hi, Morty. And she opens it fully.
Hi, Alex. Wanted to tell Z here which room he's going to be staying in with Inosuke and myself. And Morty tells him. Pretty easy directions. Ship's not too complex to navigate. Yeah. Anyone want to do anything else for the next little bit of time? You guys still have like 3 to 4, maybe 3.5 hours by this point before you set sail.
Iris is staying on the ship.
Okay. Another 20 minutes in game. I'm gonna roll another die.
Nemi is still training with the guillotine blade.
Okay. Alex or Inosuke want to do anything?
Alex is just trying to hold fire, not to the point where it would be like dangerous swinging it around or anything. She's just trying to hold fire with concentration.
Okay. What is a concentration check? Wisdom?
Concentration check is a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, okay. Guess that makes sense. Well, since you are just now trying it for the first time, go ahead and roll Constitution saving throw. You get like a couple sparks lighting up in your hand, but you're not quite able to summon an actual like little ball of flame in your hand yet. Get like little embers floating out of your hand.
Right, well, this is what Alex is going to be spending her time doing until we take off.
Okay, that's fine.
Or until something
Zuko
drastic
asks,
happens.
Yeah, I mean it might. Zuko.
I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't do anything illegal.
Alex doesn't know what you're talking about either. She just knows she's involved.
She's involved in a questionable business decision.
Zuko asks if you would like him to stay with you for the time being to help you practice, or if you want to just have some alone time and practice.
I mean, I'll continue to take your advice. After all, this is something you know better than me.
That's fair. He will stay, give you advice, and you can make another roll in a little while. No one else is doing anything, and we're gonna say another half hour has passed, and I'm gonna roll, and we're gonna say...
Oh no.
Oof. Nope.
I'm genuinely unsure as to whether or not that is bad.
Nah, it's fine. You're fine.
Yeah, that means it's really bad.
Nah, you're fine.
Okay, now I'm pretty sure that the boat is gonna explode.
I hope your list is nowhere near as bad as Philip's gets.
For what?
When you roll a d10 to figure out
I'm
what's
not.
happening.
Ah, yes,
No,
the odds grow
I have not
smaller.
implemented doing those yet. I might implement doing those because those are kind of interesting, but I haven't actually done like a D10 list of just options to happen. Just been kind of like the current D10 is the amount of people that have been visiting the shop and with how busy the store owner is, if they have actually noticed anything missing.
Oh, in that case, I
And
really like 10.
so far, they have not noticed anything go missing because they have been busy dealing with other customers. So, you're fine for now. Another half hour goes by, 2.5 hours till departure. You can roll another Constitution saving throw to try and make some more fire. Yeah, you successfully make a fire, little ball of fire in your hand, and with a 20, you can kind of like take the fire and toss it back and forth in between hands. This little ball of fire.
Great balls of fire.
Zuko is impressed that you are picking up on it so quickly. Says you're a natural. Good job.
Thank you. I got such a good teacher.
He appreciates that. As I just am explaining what I've been taught, so. Okay. So another half hour goes by. Yeah, so
That seems like a bad thing.
let's see. Ooh, okay. Yep.
I like it when you laugh like that, Alpha.
Yeah. No.
No, no, no.
Fine. You're fine.
No, no. No, no, no.
Yeah. You're fine.
Alpha, let's talk about this.
Yeah, you're fine. So, during the next, after you have made a fireball, Zuko asks if you would like to try shooting some fire at him, and he can basically dispel it as it comes at him. Like absorb it and release it, sort of thing. Moogle. Did you both go downstairs or just Matt?
What? What? Sorry.
Zuko, after you can get the hang of getting the fireball in your hand a little bit and doing that, Zuko asks if you would like to try shooting some fire at him, and he can basically just kind of dispel it, catch it, and disperse it.
Sure. What do I do?
Hey, you can roll 3d20s.
Yeah, and if you study his technique well enough, then later on, Myers can shoot a fireball at you.
You definitely get like a little bit of sparks coming out of your hand, like little embers, but you don't appear to get any more, and you don't appear to be able to shoot a fireball at him.
Oh, this is a little embarrassing.
Yeah. So another half hour goes by, before that, Zuko responds, it's okay, just, practice. And he kind of does a little fancy fire bending, like nothing that will catch the room on fire, any furnishings or anything, but it's kind of giving you a little example and aid. Explains some more stuff to you, and another half hour goes by. So okay. So you guys have about an hour and a half before departure. Say for that. No one else doing anything besides Alex? Or Nemi still doing some swinging with her sword?
Yep.
Okay. So Alex, if you would like to try again, you can roll 4d20.
Hey!
Yeah. So you shoot this perfect fireball right at Zuko, and like you try, and then it just kind of fizzles out, and you try, and it fizzles out, and you try, and it fizzles out. Zuko's like, all right, so she's probably not going to be able to get the hang of this quickly. And then you shoot this fucking ginormous, like a little bit too big for the room fireball at him, and his eyes light up. It's like, oh crap, I was not ready for this. And he just like
Duck and cover!
actually, let's roll to see what happens. Where is Zuko? Oh, where is Zuko? There he is. So did I not add that to his character sheet? I did. It's that. Okay, so ooh. Not good, Zuko. So, because you were failing several times in a row, like 6 times in a row, he was not prepared for a very well done fire blast coming at him. And he sort of catches it, but doesn't fully disperse it, and it goes flying a little bit and catches a blanket on fire.
Oh crap!
Oh no, what do we do?
Alex
Quick,
is like,
use
wait.
your water bending.
Yeah. She water bends water at it. Do I need to do the attack for it, or you need to...
Nah, you can just
Okay.
water bend it. You got this. I've been practicing your water bending over the past, like, few days.
After I put it out, I pick up the slightly singed blanket.
You think the captain will notice?
It is slightly singed and
Do I
slightly wet.
see what
A
happened?
soaking no, they're below deck in a room. You are
Okay.
above deck training. You have no idea this happened. And it is not loud enough for anyone else to notice. It is behind a steel door. So
Pretty sure Ryuk's probably laughing.
Probably.
yeah, he is. Ryu starts clapping.
Ooh, wow.
Inosuke down there.
No, I think Inosuke was with Morty.
Yeah. No. If you were with Morty, then you guys are chilling in the 3-bed room. It's an awkward space in between there.
I could just see the awkwardness as there's just pure ass silence.
A 3-bed room compared to like a 3-bedroom. It's like that awkward pause. Anyways, Suko says, well, I was not expecting that. No offense. That was very well done. If we're going to try that again, we should probably wait until we're on the water and doing that above deck. Because seems like you are gonna be able to do it pretty well. Yeah. So let's not do that again. At least in this room. And, man.
Maybe Myrus has something that can fix this blanket. I'll have to sneak it over to
I
him.
think so.
Hang on. I water bin the water out so at least it's dry. And I send a message Myrus's way.
Okay.
I seem to have accidentally damaged the blanket in here. Is it possible that you know anything that could fix it?
How did you damage the blanket?
Let's not worry about the how. Let's just worry about can you fix it?
It means it depends on how bad it is damaged.
How bad is it damaged?
Just a moment, I will be right over. Oh, as he casts his own message.
Alright.
Myers exits his room and walks over to Alex's room.
Okay.
I started on the bottom right, but I think I'm at the closer to top mid right. So. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Alex
What's
is
that?
going to be waiting by the door and kind of like every so
Oh,
often
no.
opening the door looking for Myers.
Yeah, Myers just walks up, and I imagine that it's at one of the points that the door is closed and just ching ching ching.
She opens the door and just grabs Myers and pulls him in. She holds up the
What
blanket.
did I?
Can you fix this?
Hey, dude.
How bad is the...
Very singed, burnt. It is pretty burnt. It is singed. There's like a chunk of it missing that just burned up. It is black and charred. It, holes in it. It is pretty burnt.
Well, I cannot face what was destroyed, however, the cinch marks I can certainly get rid of. And Myers takes about a minute, weaving his hand through the air over the blanket, and you see bits of energy coalesce around the blanket, and begin to, mend the blanket itself, as, there we go. As to cast mending.
Hey, Alex looks at the blanket that he's just mended. What's it look like now?
Alright. The tear is no larger than 1 foot. You mend it, leaving no trace of the former damage. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Blanket is good as new.
Oh, thank God. I thought I was gonna have to blame a bunch of rats or something on that. I don't even know if the ship has rats. Thank you, Myris.
Zuko.
Might I make a quick suggestion?
Huh?
Try not to burn the ship as while we are at sea. I know it is a metal ship, however, that does not mean it is impossible.
I know it's possible.
I know, and I would very much appreciate it if we did not end up at the bottom of the ocean.
You make a fair point. Although I'm sure we may be fine.
Alright, I shall accept we can plan in contingencies for when you inevitably burn down the boat. Okay, bye!
Bye!
And he just walks out of the room.
Before
Oh.
you leave, Zuko pipes up and says, "That was really impressive that you just fixed that blanket. That's really cool. Thank you very much."
It is a minute bit of magic. Actually, immensely rudimentary. I might be able to teach you if you had any interest. This is literally some of the most basic magic that I have.
Yeah, he's interested.
Alright, and I
You know,
spend the
come to
night.
think of it, maybe it's a good idea for me to learn some as well.
Yes, you should definitely sit in on this. And Myris pulls out his spellbook and his journal and starts basically in a somewhat more entertaining way lecturing.
Oh
Okay.
boy.
How long does your lecture take?
About 20 minutes.
Okay.
And he just says, "Alright, so that is all for today. However, just practice the hand motions that I taught you and the incantation, and perhaps perhaps in time you may learn this type of magic."
Wow. Okay. That's a lot of information to take in. We are learning a lot of things today.
Also,
Yay,
like,
learning!
also with how fast Myra speaks, it was basically about a 40 to 50 minute lecture done in about 20 minutes.
Oops.
The 20 plus. Ah!
Zuko gets a rough idea of what you were saying. He seems to understand most of what you said, even though you were speaking pretty fast.
Alright, so you put your hand here, and then and you hover your hand over the blanket like this. You have to physically imagine, like, that's how fast he's going during the entire thing.
Yeah. He's able to keep up fairly well. He might have missed a few things, but he's able to keep up
Might have
most
missed
of
a
the time.
few things. But the important things nobody knows.
Well, yeah, we'll find out. So, alright.
Real quick, what time of day is it?
Right now, it is... When did we say we were leaving? 8 o'clock or 6 o'clock?
I think 6.
6?
I'm not
Maybe.
sure, but I think it was 6.
So, I think it was 6, yeah. I don't remember if it was 2 or if it was noon when you guys got to the boat. We'll say it's about 5:30, 5:40 right now.
Okay, so the sun is still up.
Oh no.
Ooh. Okay, so... Yeah.
About what time did you say it was?
About 20 to 30 minutes till you leave.
Okay.
Uh-huh. So...
This reminds me of that one Avatar episode.
Which one?
The one where Katara stole the scroll.
Yup. Yup, from the pirates. And I'm just like, all I keep thinking about is that weird macaw. Was it a monkey bird?
I think it was.
This is funny.
I don't know what your idea of funny is.
Oh, it's funny.
His idea of funny is what kills us.
Probably.
No, this is going your way right now. This is.
Oh, shit.
I mean, for now, it depends on what happens. So. And, Myers, you're still in Alex's room, aren't you?
Oh no. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, I mean,
So-
it depends how much time has passed because he was in there for about 20, 25 minutes.
Yeah. Alright, so you're still in there. So, So he's gonna... Well, we'll do this, though, because... Ooh, unfortunate.
For us or him?
I have a feeling for us.
Ooh.
I have a definite feeling that it's for us.
Let's see. What's he say in response? When you got a dialogue between two NPCs, and it's completely out of all the players' knowledge.
Wait, do I know?
Nothing.
He's rolling conversations with NPCs.
Maybe.
God.
Nemi, you can... Nemi and Nikolai, you guys can make perception checks if you want.
Nikolai's not here.
Oh, right. Okay, well, fine.
I have
Face that.
I have doom
Demi.
to solve.
That will be fine.
Nemi can roll perception, though.
That was.
Ah.
Avery seems a little bit lucky today.
Yeah, it took a second to load. No, you're just training. You don't see anything out of the ordinary. So... By this point, I would say, Myris, if you wanted to go back to your room, you could.
I would.
Okay. It's been maybe another 10 minutes by now.
And I would shut the door behind me that I have cast Arcane Lock on.
Oh, alright. So, after about a minute and a half to 2 minutes of being in your room, you get a knock at the door.
Yes, who is it?
This is the captain. I have someone here who wants to speak with you.
I cast this guy's self. And make my face
Alright.
and like I cast this guy's self such that my robe turns into like a Like basically, I just look like a normal traveler with a walking stick instead of a staff of power, and instead of being an Eladrin elf, I'm a human.
Okay.
Uh,
Answer the door.
and yeah, yeah.
Is Andromeda in there or no?
No, she's in her demiplane.
Okay.
And also I grab all of my journals and everything off the desk and stuff them in my backpack along with my spellbook.
Okay. While you're doing all that, you get a couple more knocks at the door.
My
saying,
apologies, just a moment, I need to put on pants.
Oh, okay.
Sure you understand. And,
as you say that, nah, okay.
and then I answer the door. Yes, I may assist you.
Still doing a French accent.
Myris doesn't know how to do any other accents.
Great, this is going beautifully.
Oh yeah, no,
Interesting.
this is gonna go, like, okay, actually, Myris would go, yes, I may assist you. Like, making his voice a little bit deeper.
Okay. First thing first, the captain looks at you and just kind of looks a little confused, and says, "You were traveling with the escort, right?"
Yes, I was the one carrying the luggage.
Oh, I didn't notice the luggage. I guess I just wasn't paying attention. Okay. Well, this man here would like to speak to you, and
It's the
be
shopkeeper,
the store
isn't
owner.
it? Yep.
Yes, it is, because he rolled a nat 20 on investigation.
Is a problem?
He looks at you, and let's see, what's he gonna roll?
By the way, kids, this is a great reason for it. If you're gonna commit a heist, make sure the getaway vehicle has gas.
Yeah. Give me 1 minute while I answer my family for something.
Sure. Alex, help me!
Alex is in her room. She
I
don't
know.
know what's going on. As a matter of fact, she's still like staring off into space trying to comprehend what you had just taught her. Maybe if she took that intelligence ring, she would know.
I have no idea what I'm fucking doing.
Alex might be able to try to help you out of the situation. Maybe. I don't know. She did turn herself in when she committed a crime, so she might not be the person you want to look to.
Yeah, really may not want to.
That's a fair point. I hadn't considered that.
I don't know. It depends on how the situation were to play out.
I think she just turned herself in because the reward was a gift from a goddess.
And she heard Aphrodite was the name of the person, so she's like, yeah.
moderate roll. So, he looks at you and he says, "You were in my shop earlier today, weren't you?"
Do you run the butcher shop?
No. No, I do not.
Then I do not believe so.
You can roll deception.
Do do I get any like advantage because I look and sound entirely different?
Your celestial accent is still showing.
It's kind of rough. I want to give you advantage because you have disguise self, and you look like someone else completely. So I want to give you that, but at the same time, he rolled like a nat 20 on investigation, following your trail. Pretty sure that he's suspicious of you because you never showed back up to bring the friend who wanted to buy the armor, so he is suspicious of specifically you. You never showed back up.
But
You got a nat 20 on investigation, asking people off the street if they saw someone who matched your description, who hastily was speeding down the street and ran specifically to this ship, then talked to the captain, who talked to his crew, who saw you go downstairs, and so he's pretty positive he knows exactly who you are and where you are. So it kind of makes me want to give you disadvantage, but I also want to give you advantage because you have disguise self. So I'm kind of at an impasse here.
okay.
I don't know.
You thought of the
So-
disguise, just give him the advantage, yo.
Yeah, the NPC rolled really well.
That's a mini boss. How do you feel it?
I'll let you
away.
have advantage. You can have it because you are disguised. He roll insight.
Hey, so by the way, Alex, you might get to train with fire sooner than you thought because there might be a fireball exploding in the hallway. Just saying.
Oh boy.
Wait, is fireball
Kill the
allowed?
captain of a ship.
I'm sure we can figure out how
Oh
to sail
god! I got a 1 and a 3!
Oh boy.
What the fuck are those?
Oh boy. So yeah, he's pretty sure that you're lying. He is very suspicious, and he's asking if he can inspect your bag.
I mean, sure. And I show him because my bag of holding is currently hidden under my bed, and that's where like I put all my journal and stuff. But I'll show him my backpack, which just has normal adventure supplies in it.
Okay.
Also, my component pouch is in the bag of holding, which is hidden like between the mattress and the frame.
Okay. On that note, his suspicion is going to drop as you don't have any of the rings, and your rings are under your gloves, aren't they?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Also,
that's the wrong thing.
actually,
Whoops.
quick thing. Because disguise self can hide items, I look like
Can it?
yeah, I look like I'm not wearing gloves, and the rings are not on.
Oh, okay. Well, fair enough. In that case, he won't roll. I didn't mean to make Morty roll perception. I meant to make an NPC roll, so that doesn't count for Morty. Alright. Well, his suspicion drops a lot because you don't appear to have any of the items, but he still knows that you're lying to him, so he says, "Tell me the truth now."
I'm sorry. I do know your shop. I was going by there earlier. Unfortunately, man of my stature does not befit entering such a pristine establishment. I was embarrassed.
What is your status?
I am a simple luggage carrier for these people. They've graciously taken me on their quest. I see much of the world, though I'm mainly running from threats. But my primary duty is to bring along their belongings.
On that note, go ahead and roll another deception with advantage.
Come on, come on, come on! That's 20!
Who? And an 11. All right.
Yes!
He full on believes that
I am a
We're lying
lowly
about-
baggage carrier.
yes, you are. He believes you fully that you were in fact outside of his shop, and you do know of his shop, and that that's why you were lying in the first place. Because he knew you were lying. He knew it for a fact. But
Yeah.
you know what you're lying about, and in that 20, he apologizes for accusing you of. Says he explains that he is looking for a thief from his store as he was robbed earlier today, and
Oh no.
he supposes it must be someone else from the store, as he explains the description of Myrus, and says he said he was friends with the Avatar, and that he also had a friend who was interested in buying the armor from his store, buying a set of armor, and that it must have just been someone else.
I'm so sorry that happened. That's just so wrong that people would do that.
You can see Myers just kind of sweating underneath.
If it weren't
Fucking
for the
getting
disguised
away.
self, you would see that he is soaked in sweat.
So he apologizes for accusing you of being a thief, and
It's alright, it's not the first time.
he definitely feels bad as you say that. He wishes you good luck in your journey, and hopefully that your status in life may raise. Wishes you good fortune, and he apologizes to the captain and says, "Well, don't let me stop you from departing," and he leaves.
Woo! Yeah!
He hears that yell and turns around.
Yeah.
Like, I knew it. No, I'm kidding. I know, I'm kidding.
Yes!
You did it. You did it.
For now.
Disguise self, thank you much.
I mean, I rolled to see if the captain knew about the Avatar when he said the Avatar, but the captain didn't. Captain didn't know the Avatar, so got away with that.
I don't recall saying that I was the Avatar to the captain, but I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure Z would have said something.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Z would have, but with the roll
Probably.
the captain made, the captain doesn't know the Avatar's here with you guys.
Captain rolled jack shit.
Well, nah, Captain rolled good. I just gave the captain low odds. Captain rolled real good for you guys. Captain rolled jack shit for me.
Oh man,
So,
I can't
with that,
believe I got away with it.
yeah, with that, it's about 5 to 10 minutes till departure.
I'm keeping my disguised self up until we leave the port.
That's fair. That's a good idea.
Alright, Z, I think
So-
you might want to go get comfortable in your room or at least unpack. I'm gonna make myself comfortable here and then I'll meet you up on deck.
Says, okay. Don't really have anything to unpack. Not really traveling with anything, but I will at least
Oh, the baggage carrier.
kind of get to know, just kind of get to know Morty and Inosuke a little better for the time being. And he heads to their shared room. And he just kind of opens the door, sees Inosuke and Morty in there. During this time, did Inosuke want to have any dialogue with Morty?
Heavy breathing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, as Morty is gonna feel really awkward about the silence and staring, Morty is going to let's roll a d4. So cocaine it is. Morty is going to pull out a bag, Inosuke, and he's gonna go up to a table, pull some white powder out, chop it up into lines,
Oh dear.
roll up a piece of paper, and he's gonna snort a super fat, super long line, and then yell, raise his hands in there, making fists, go, fuck yeah! Then he's gonna ask if you would like any. Inosuke. Okay. Says, alright. So what, Inosuke thinks Morty wants to fight?
Oh god, I want to see this, please.
I mean, by all means, if you want to fight Morty in the room, you can. You got advantage on rolls. You might actually be able to do some work against Morty.
Morty's also coked out now.
Yeah, he is.
I think he said he's good.
Okay, so, Zuko knocks on the door, or he doesn't knock, he just opens the door, enters the room, sees, some white powder remains on the table, sees Morty doing, push-ups and squats and lunges, and Morty is going at it with the exercise. He is full of energy right now. Fucking coked out. And Zuko starts up some conversation with Inosuke. And so I heard you're relatively new to the group. Zuko looks a little surprised and goes, "Oh, Phil, why are you traveling with them then?" Says, "So you wanna fight your own group?" Morty Morty pipes up, says, "Yeah, he was fighting Nemi, my little pet, the lizard." And Zuko goes, "Oh, I guess that would be some good sparring between those two." Where he's like, "Yeah, I could whoop Inosuke's ass though."
I think Morty's trying to start some shit.
Morty's coked out.
Morty's high
Morty's
on
in
life.
asshole mode. Morty's in egotistical asshole mode. He's coked out.
Is Inosuke just standing there? A little bit?
Morty starts doing some like boxing in the air, just kind of punch in the air back and forth, uppercuts, jabs, left and right swings.
Bad bird, bad bird.
Zuko's seeing, hearing what Inosuke has said and seeing what Morty is doing. Zuko sighs, going, well, it's gonna be a long couple weeks. And Zuko goes and lays on his bed. And
Which bed is he sleeping in? In the middle? Because he's the person we're protecting.
probably
Look
assuming
here in the
Inosuke's,
middle.
like, on the left.
Waiting
And
That is
uh,
funny.
Now Inosuke was on the left side of the room, Morty was on the right, and Zuko can go in the middle. He's just gonna kinda lay in his bed and close his eyes and relax for a little bit. And that, everyone gets a knock on their door saying we are departing.
Well,
Thank you.
besides Nemi, because she's still up there.
Yeah, someone walks up to Nemi, looks kind of like a little intimidated. Big ass lizard, swinging a giant fucking sword. Says we're gonna be leaving soon, so yeah, that's all.
I wanna touch the pillar, I wanna touch the pillar!
And someone climbs up to the crow's nest, and Nikolai just in the crow's nest, just kind of awkwardly stays up there with him because I'm not sure why he's up there, but it's just kind of like, all right, well, the second person couldn't hurt, so oh well, kind of cramped, but
Part of the ship now.
yeah. That you guys take off.
Alex.
The port.
Yeah, Alex makes her way up to the top of the boat, the deck, whatever. And she's standing on the front of the boat like in Titanic.
I'm queen of the world!
Okay.
Bus Gator, kill me.
So, after about another hour, Zuko decides he's going to go up top and ask if either Morty or Inosuke wants to join him. Morty says he will.
Alex is sunbathing. Since it's been an hour.
Yeah, that's fair.
What's it called? We're already pushed off. We're out of port.
They're about an hour out of the port. Yeah.
Okay. Myers comes up to the deck and just starts looking around.
Unsuccessfully.
Inosuke going with Zuko and Morty. Okay, so see Inosuke, Zuko, Morty, Alex is sunbathing.
As the sun
Morty is
sets.
shooting swords. mean,
Hmm.
eh,
I just
got like
realized.
another hour or two of sunlight.
Okay, cool. So I don't sound like an idiot.
Now you got time.
Okay.
So. Oh. Say Nikolai's gonna climb down from the crow's nest after a little while, because Morty is gonna go up to the deck and kind of keep an eye on Zuko, but Morty's gonna start exercising, as he figures this trip would be a good time to spend just exercising a lot, boost his strength more. Not that he needs it, but he figures, fuck it, why not? And Nikolai sees Morty exercising and asks if he can join him. Morty's like, I guess so. Exercise partner wouldn't hurt. So, they're gonna start exercising. Zuko is gonna walk up to Alex, sunbathing. Awkwardly ask her if she would like to do a little more practice before it gets too dark out.
Ah, yes, it sounds like a great idea. You know what I was just thinking about, though?
What?
When you and Aang learned the fire dragon dance.
Says, oh yeah, that. What about it?
And I was wondering if it would be possible if you were to pass on that knowledge to me as well. Seem to, make your fire bending stronger, I believe.
Alright, so out of game. It's been like 3 or 4 years since I've seen the original Avatar. Totally forget what that dance
The
is.
Dance of the Dragon was basically where they learned the original form of firebending.
It basically just perfected their fire bending.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. So Zuko says, yeah, it might take a little while to get it down, but we could definitely start on that if you wanted to do that. We could definitely work on that during the night.
Ooh, really?
Alex has jumped up now. She really likes the idea of learning dragon fire.
Yeah. Says, would you like to practice shooting more fire at me while we still have daylight and work on the dance during nighttime?
Sure. Sure. Are we going to be practicing all night?
We don't have to practice all night. It would be nice to wake up relatively early and practice your firebending with as much daylight as we can.
All night long. I was actually thinking, we should probably work on firebending while the sun is out, seeing as the sun allows us to better firebend, and during the nighttime, I could work on my waterbending.
Oh, well, you could most certainly do that. With being in the middle of the sea, kind of endless water you could practice with.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to put
Really
earthbending on
practice
hold.
with that.
Unless Toph was here somehow, she could teach me how to bend metal, but I don't think the captain would appreciate that.
Boy, so... Nice. Alright, so he says actually, Toph was visiting my home a while ago. She might still be there.
Really?
Oh dear.
Yeah.
She sounded like or she seemed to be a very fun person to hang out with. Not saying you're not. You're absolutely great.
He kind of... How does he react? Like, I don't know if I would call her fun. I mean, she's kind of angry.
She seemed like an amazing person. She did so much in her time.
Yeah. She, I don't know. If she's still there, then perhaps you could learn metal bending from her. If you wanted to stay in capital for some time before you leave.
That would be amazing, but I do have to say I have to put it up to the vote for the rest of the party because I'm not by myself here, and we all have individual things that we have to do as well.
That's fair. I mean, if it were up to me, I think you should definitely focus on your training. Just kind of abandon these fools, but some of them do seem nice, so I understand if you wanted to stay with your group. I understand once you form a bond with friends, then you do want to stick with them. So, that is fair. You might not get another opportunity to metal bend in well, ever, depending on when Toph decides to,
This is all happening on the deck, right?
this is happening on the deck.
I'm
They're
assuming
talking on
we
the
are
deck.
firebending while we're talking.
Yes, you
Okay.
can also make some rolls.
I mean, Myris with a decently high passive perception, and who is not too far away, is just like,
No.
you all know that we can hear you, correct?
It's very
They've-
rude to listen in on conversations.
The fools have good hearing.
Zuko says, "Oop. Well, not all of you are fools. Only some of you. I didn't mean you. You are very helpful, with your magic, especially with that." And he kind of says it a little quieter with that incident earlier.
How did you know about that?
Not that incident, the blanket.
Oh, that one. Yes. I mean, yes, that one. Yes, it was, yes.
It's kind of like I was there.
Yes, of course, I remember. That is exactly the incident that I was talking about. Okay, I'm going back to my journal.
Actually, Myris,
And what rolls am I making real quick before I start talking to Myris?
You can roll. I'm gonna go with another 4d20.
Say,
Myris, what was the problem in that last town?
The one we just left?
Yeah, you seemed very worried.
This is simple misunderstanding with the shopkeeper.
Oh, what, did he sell you the wrong stuff or something?
No, we disagreed about price.
Maybe next time you should ask for a discount. I mean, clearly you did, but, you know. Bring me along. I can probably help you get the discount you want.
Oh dear.
Oh god. I mean, possibly,
I think he got the
Possibly
best
in the
discount he
future.
could get.
yeah, I got the 5-finger discount.
No, you got the beak discount. You got the beak and talon discount.
You got the fluff of feathers discount. That's for damn sure.
So that's the stuff I rolled. 11, 19,
so-
9, and 8.
You try a few times over the course of a little while, and kind of get like these little puffs coming out of your hand, and first time you just get a puff coming out of your hand, little bits of embers, tiny bit of fire. The second time you do it, you cast this perfect fireball at Zuko. And as he's seen you do it very exceptionally well before, and you guys are now out in the open, not in a confined room, there's not anything flammable nearby. He is fully prepared and paying attention and ready, and he just kind of catches it and kind of like spins in a circle with it, waving it around him, and then kind of forces it up into the air, kind of dissipating. And he compliments you, saying, "Very well done."
Ah, thank you.
Try a couple more times, and you don't quite get it, but you are getting the hang of it. So, what is Inosuke doing? Breathing technique?
Yup, that's how it is in Demon Slayer. It's fucking crazy though, because it's pretty fucking insane.
What?
You need to watch.
What specific? I mean, because I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Like, we can definitely do.
Oh crap! You're gonna.
some
Oh no,
time
Matt.
skipping. What?
Oh no.
Oh yes.
In those
Because I'll be honest with you guys, we can definitely do like some time skipping stuff throughout this long journey, and you guys can get some stat or bonus increases to
I think
stuff.
you might want to wait for him to do his thing, because what he's got is a sensory breathing style, which allows him to locate monsters in the vicinity.
You might want to wait.
Okay.
He has. Yeah, in the movie, the show, it's so fucking good. Like, especially, it's so good. You need to watch it.
But One Piece is so good, and I only have like 80 episodes left.
Yeah, but
I know, I should probably watch
you
Demon Slayer
you
just so I
you
can-
really should, to get a better feel for Inosuke.
Yeah. I'll probably start watching it here soon. It does look pretty good.
So wait, are you saying that Nemi is basically like Tanjiro? In that sense?
Is who?
It's another character in Demon Slayer.
He is following you around
Oh,
like
I
Tanjiro.
don't know.
Yeah.
But basically, you guys can get some stat increases throughout bonus increases. Everyone can get like bonus things throughout this journey, because you can just practice working on techniques. And Nikolai's gonna
Wait.
exercise and Everybody's
Alpha,
gonna
I want to
exercise
point
and-
something out to you real quick.
yes.
Let me type it out to you.
Okay, I'm not doing like one long rest is gonna give you 1 point. That's insanely overpowered. This is a 2-week journey.
No, I'm
You're gonna get like
telling
yeah,
you.
okay.
I walked away for a second, but I'm gonna tell you this real quick.
okay.
So I just came back. What's going on with the increases or whatever?
Basically, because you guys are gonna be doing like a 2-week journey. It's about 2 weeks on the boat, depending on navigation and encounters and whatever. Oh. Oh. Right.
Oh dear.
Okay. I'll get to that in a moment after I explain to Onslaught. Basically, you guys are going to be able to get, like, stat increases for whatever you spend your time doing over the course of 2 weeks.
I mean, Myris
It's not going to be huge, but
is entirely just like trying to increase his intellect as much as he can. That's what he's always trying to do.
That's fair. If you talk to the captain, there may or may not be a small to medium to large library on the ship.
I would.
So, you can do that at some point.
Yeah. And by the
Uh,
time this voyage is done, I probably will have read almost everything that they have.
That's fair. So... you are doing your sensory breathing technique, Inosuke? Hey, so you notice a monster. If you would like to turn around and look, you can see the brother or twin of Tai, who is standing on deck, just kind of standing there, not really doing anything, not talking. You sense he is a monster. Do you have like actual scent something specific, or
It's based off his, again. Okay.
that's why I'm asking, because I don't
Yeah.
know, I haven't seen Demon Slayer, so that's why I'm asking.
Basically, think
Do
of
your
a
best,
beast.
and I will.
Just think of a beast in a person's body.
Okay, well, you can roll perception with advantage then to see if you know what kind of monster Ty's twin slash brother is. Okay, well. I'm not gonna give you triple advantage if you have it, but
I'm not gonna get
either
triple.
way, yeah, that's fair. Either way, you do have advantage on that roll, so. Okay. So Myris, do you want to just say you're gonna be reading books after 10 o'clock?
Yeah.
We can get to you in a moment. Okay. With a 16, you're pretty sure that, I don't know if you know his name or not, but, do you know Fred's name in-game?
He heard us
Yeah, I
say
don't-
Fred the Dead, I'm sure. We were signing up
You
for the
can roll
mission.
intelligence. You can roll intelligence. Pretty low DC check, so you'll probably make it. Ooh. No, that's an investigation. Well, I mean, just a regular intelligence check. I'll let you just roll regular intelligence. Okay, you're good. You did hear them say Fred the Dead, and with hearing them say Fred the Dead, you're pretty sure Fred is an undead. Pretty positive about it, actually. Fred kind of looks back and forth, and what's Fred's intelligence right now? Ooh, not great.
He's not the smartest
Fred
cookie in the
just-
box.
No, he's a skeleton. He literally doesn't have a brain.
It's hollow.
And so he kind of looks back and forth and just kind of shrugs, putting his hands up in the air. Kind of like, I don't really know. He doesn't say anything, but just kind of shrugs, going, So at that point, Fred shakes his hands back and forth, kind of crisscrossing them in front of you, and then he points over at Morty. No, he doesn't. He points at Alex. So Fred points at Alex.
I am firebending. I don't know if I even realize that this is going down.
Probably not. You're pretty focused. I mean, you could roll perception with disadvantage if you want to. Maybe you'll get like 2 20s, you know, 2 19s. You do see Fred point at you. You're kind of like, do some firebending, take a break and focus. Do some firebending, take a break and focus. As you're taking a break and focusing, you glance over and you see Fred point at you. And you also see Inosuke holding his swords, looking menacing.
I hold up my hand at Zuko.
Wait. What's going on over here?
Fred point standing above Inosuke, as Inosuke, I'm pretty sure, is short. And Fred is fucking huge right now. He points down at Inosuke and kind of waves his hands back and forth, crisscrossing.
Pigman? Inosuke? What are you doing?
How loud do you say that?
Sure.
Oh.
You yell it,
You can fuck
say
this
it,
over
you
if you want
whisper it.
to.
You can deliberate how loud you want to say this. Okay,
I don't
so
know, Sky only shouted.
we'll go with that. We'll say that. All right. No crew member hears you say anything. They're all not paying attention to
Well,
you guys.
as he says that he's a monster, Alex runs up to him real quick, and she hopes that Zuko's not far behind, or not behind her, because
Zuko's kind of just standing there waiting.
Just like, Inosuke, go find Myrus and have a calm conversation with him. He'll explain everything. Listen, he hasn't attacked. He hasn't attacked us yet. Myrus has an understanding of what's going on, and I'm sure he's in his room somewhere, away from other people. We don't want to scare anybody.
At this point, Fred puts a hand up to his mouth, like as you say, yet. And Fred looks offended.
Okay, Fred, I don't think you're gonna hurt anybody. I'm just trying to convince I'm just trying to convince him that you're not gonna hurt anybody. I know that you're our best buddy, okay?
And she kind of just like gives him a friendly punch on the shoulder.
Fred nods up and down a whole bunch and then like flexes back and forth and kind of like, oh yeah, I'm awesome.
So, Inosuke, are you gonna go?
At this point in time, Nami has stopped training and sits down to meditate.
Okay.
Are we good? You don't have to worry about him, but if you want to watch him, feel free. I'm sure you two will be great friends.
She gives a thumbs up to Fred. She goes back to Zuko to continue practicing. And Myris has left us yet again. We might have lost Alpha too. Hello, Alpha?
I'm typing Myra. So, Nosuke. You gonna go look for Myris? Okay. That's fair.
This could have been really bad.
BRB.
I expected Inosuke to find out. I didn't expect it to be out in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah.
Just wait until he sees Clovis.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was gonna ask, like, has enough time passed that the sun has set?
Maybe another 20-30 minutes, yeah.
Okay. Cool. We got the firebend and continuing. Also, can I do that thing that we talked about last time with the cantrip?
You can do that during the trip.
Okay.
Since you are a little more comfortable with firebending, yes, you can.
During the trip, like right now or later?
A little later.
Okay.
So what happened with Myers?
10 o'clock. He's gonna go, I think, watch like Critical Role or something.
Probably.
Because instead of just like watching a recording of it at another time, he's gonna go watch other people play D&D live instead of like watching a recording of it another time. So as to not play D&D. I don't know. He's weird. It's okay. I mean, I would just play D&D and watch it later. Like, I get it. You have videos that you want to watch, and you're like, you gotta you're a fan of them, that's cool. But I would just watch them later and like actually play D&D. I don't know. Because he's up till like 3 to 5 in the morning, so he's got time where he can just sit there and watch a video.
Yeah.
But
Hey, he
whatever,
does what he
to each his
likes.
own. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not worried about it, so we're passively doing stuff throughout a journey, so. You can, over the next half hour, you can roll 2 more d20s.
Okay.
So the first one totally fizzles out. You don't really do anything. And second time you try it, another great fireball shooting right at Zuko, and he does the same thing again. Kind of catches it, spins in a circle with it, like kind of guiding it around in a circle, and then thrusts it up into the air, making it dissipate. He says, "Good job. That's fast progress. You got a knack for this." Should probably end it with that on a good note tonight. And
Yeah.
if you would like to start learning the dance or get something to eat or do your water bending, we could do any of those.
Lots of bending now, but I'm going to my room.
Okay.
Winding down for the night.
Yeah. As it is getting dark, Nikolai and Morty are gonna stop training for the moment. Nemi, you gonna keep meditating outside, or are you gonna
More or less, it's kind of
go back to the room, or-
kind of like I'm kind of praying in a sense
Oh?
to Rick silently.
Oh, okay.
Do our rooms have windows?
I mean, portholes.
Yes, portals.
Yes. Every room has a porthole. So, what are you praying to Rick for, or what are you saying to Rick?
Just wishing for safety on the voyage and more strength.
More strength?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Rick is gonna roll.
You rolled a 2d20?
Hmm?
Did you roll a 2d20?
That was no. Those
Oh, that was my
2d20
fireballs.
were for the firebending.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was confused for a minute.
So
I don't know why it says, like, I rolled and then it shows what I rolled in a different section.
So, Nemi, you hear a voice in your head saying, "Oh, you want strength, huh? Well, maybe talk to Morty and ask him about A, the protein shakes that he can make. Maybe some steroids that have literally 0 bad side effects. Trust me on that. And C, depending on how strong you actually want to get, bring up a hyperbolic time chamber."
Nemi's just like, I'll probably just take the protein shakes.
Damn, I would have done the hyperbolic.
Whatever, you're lost.
I mean, the hyperbolic.
Nemi,
I
you
mean,
can-
it's just because the terminology and stuff.
You can make a history check to see if you know exactly what a hyperbolic time chamber is.
I think the steroids would have been funny.
Yes, 0 side
Steroids.
effects. That's not bad for not having a modifier.
You've heard of a hyperbolic time chamber. You're not entirely sure what it does or where you heard it from, but you know you've heard it before, so do with that what you will. You know you've heard it. That's about it.
I mean, she might try just have it keeping drinking protein shake and also using the hyperbolic generator. Yeah, she might just use that.
I mean, talk to Morty. Morty is talking with Nikolai right now, actually.
She'll walk up to Morty.
Okay. Oh, what's up? What's up, Nemi?
Rick said I could get stronger with the protein shakes and some kind of machine, I guess.
Machine. I mean,
She tries to pronounce
lots of machine.
the thing that Rick was talking about because I suck at pronouncing shit.
Roll charisma.
Oh, jeebus.
Just a straight charisma check. Ooh.
Like I said,
So I'm gonna steal something from DBZ Abridged here, and you're gonna say, Rick said to use the hyperbolic lion tamer. And Morty is going to roll intelligence off that. And Morty responds with the hyperbolic time chamber?
she holds open her hand and then like slams a fist into it and points. That.
Morty goes, "Oh, well, been ages since I went in there. Huh." And he asks Nikolai, something.
You never responded to my roll, by the way.
Did I not? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm guessing one of it was really good.
One of it was really good. Yes.
Okay.
So I will tell you what the really good is in a moment.
Alright. I'm kind of jealous. I want to go to the time chamber.
So let's go here. Type this down.
Go.
Yes.
The birds fucking scare me.
The birds.
Fuck on Conan.
Oh, ye.
Stupid birds.
I haven't gone very far. I made a little hut and then I stopped because I didn't want to get too far ahead.
You're fine. I was running around.
Did you say, Matt?
where did you? Sorry.
Oh, mine says this has a name on my front of the house.
Where did you spawn at?
Top right.
Top right. Okay, so the northwest kind of corner.
West is left.
You should have.
Alright, there you go. So
Northeast.
So Morty says, "Alright. First thing in the morning, come to my room to Nikolai and Nemi, and we can meet up with the others, and after I explain some stuff to them, then we can begin our training. And it's gonna be hardcore training." That note, Morty just kind of leaves Nemi and Nikolai to understand what he said, and he's gonna go kind of chill by Zuko, hang out with Zuko. So Inosuke, you accepted that Fred is fine, yeah? Okay, you gonna do anything else tonight? You gonna like practice yoga or something throughout your trip? Okay. Alright. Well, ooh, right. I'm gonna have to type that up to Myris later.
Hey Matt, you know the scene I'm thinking about, right? When
This is what he's
you're talking about
doing.
stretching. Yup. That one, and also, when they, the moment, the forest, when they got back from that. I think that was the funniest one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah, he do that.
You want to practice being limber like that. Yeah. So if you just want to practice that and your breathing techniques and do stuff like that for the next couple weeks, you can probably get some dexterity bonus. Alright, so Zuko is gonna ask Morty if he's got some dinner to be made that might be better than the food on the ship, because he likes Morty's cooking and he also wants to just get to know Morty better throughout the next couple weeks. Morty tells him, sure, we could go back down to our room and I can make us dinner. So Zuko and Morty walk past everyone else up top. Are Nosuke gonna keep doing his thing or follow? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's the wrong channel. Let's get rid of that. Alright. So I would say you guys can finish up whatever you're doing for the night, and it is the next day.
Long rest.
Yeah, go ahead and long rest.
I don't know if I did anything, but you know.
Yeah, that's fine.
How do you like my my character picture? Panty on
Yeah.
a stripper
Very
pole.
Very lovely.
Alright. The morning, Alex gets up. She wanders off looking for the kitchen.
Okay.
Hmm.
Takes you a few minutes to find it, but you find the kitchen.
Looking for the chef, which I'm assuming is preparing breakfast.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
What you making?
Wow, you're gorgeous.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Aphrodite turned him into a fucking... Yeah.
What you making?
Oh, just some eggs, sausage, bacon, potatoes. Just simple food, nothing fancy.
See, it looks delicious.
Thank you, man. I mean, I haven't been a cook for too long, but I don't know. Some of the crew members complain it's not the best, but I try.
Aw, well that's just rude.
Oh my.
Maybe our friend Morty can give you some pointers. I mean, it looks delicious to me, so.
Says Morty? Who's Morty?
Well, he's one of our friends that we're traveling with. He's
Okay, well,
he's a pretty good cook.
I would love to get advice from another good cook.
Ooh, really?
Heard I kind of live on a ship as a ship cook because I'm inspired by my hero. I don't know if you've ever heard of him, but his name is Sanji. He's a personal hero of mine.
Ooh, Oh, yes, I have heard of him. I was actually talking to Morty the other day asking if we could try some of his food sometime. I would love
What?
to try it.
Morty knows Sanji?
I think so. I believe he said he met him once before and tried some of his food.
Wow, that's awesome. I would love to get advice from Sanji on how to cook. I would love to train under him.
Let me see if I can get Morty's attention. And I like just kind of go blank, just standing in the little room, staring towards Morty's room. Morty.
Morty's like, oh, yes?
Good morning. I'm in the kitchen on the ship, and we have a chef in here, a chef in training, who says that Sanji is his hero and he would love to try his cooking sometime. I thought maybe you could give him some pointers on cooking yourself.
Morty goes, oh, well, I'm making breakfast for Inosuke and Zuko right now, actually.
Oh?
I could come down to the kitchen afterwards and kind of talk to him some, but I'm not. I was actually gonna talk to the rest of the group about the training that I'm going to be doing with Nemi and Nikolai throughout the duration of this journey. So just gonna have a group meeting with everyone, hopefully.
Ah, I see. Alright, well, I'll let the chef know that you'll meet up with him, but probably won't be too long since you've got somewhere else to go. I'm sure he'll be flattered either way.
Okay.
You need maybe something special too?
Morty says, absolutely. What do you want?
Parfait!
Let's roll. Morty goes, alright, I can make that for you.
Thank you!
And she, hear the click even though it's not a phone.
Yeah.
He said
Morty totally thinks the click is normal.
He said he'll be around to give you some pointers. Right now he's gonna discuss some things with some group members of ours.
Goes, oh, well, lovely. I would love to get advice on how to be a better chef. That is what I think is my calling in life, so.
Well?
Says, I didn't catch your name, by the way.
Oh, I'm Alex. I'm the avatar.
No. He just goes, oh, well, lovely to meet you, Alex.
Nice to meet you too.
She heads out.
Okay.
Oh wait, she pops right back in. What was your name?
Fuck. His name is Benji.
Benji?
Benji.
Like binging with Babbage?
Like,
Benji the dog?
the notes. Because this is gonna come up later.
Daring.
Nice to meet you, Benji.
She, heads down to Morty's room because she's excited about Parfait.
Yeah. I don't know what parfait is, but Morty does, so.
Oh! Parfait, baby, most delicious thing.
Moogle's
Okay.
still a little bit crazy over there. Moogle's like, I'm on it right now, but I can't have it.
You don't know what Parfait is either. Damn it. Let's see, I'm
Try
trying
not to bounce out.
It didn't show up in Discord.
Yeah, it does that sometimes.
Alright, well, nevertheless, Morty rolled a 26 on survival. So this parfait is going to be out of the world. It's going to be exquisite.
Yay!
Basic cooking, Morty doesn't need to roll survival. He knows how to cook. Specific fancy cooking, Morty can roll survival for that. It's going to be really good. While you're waiting, Morty brings up the conversation of, so, I guess since you're here now, you're who I wanted to entrust the button with.
Is it the
I
muffin
don't know
button?
if you've... Morty looks around back and forth and says, shh, never bring up the muffin button. And Morty looks like you just said, like every cuss word combined, amplified by 1,000, and like you just spoke like a demon's curse to summon a devil or something. Like all of that combined, like never say the muffin button.
What's wrong with the muffin button?
He runs up to you and puts his hands over your mouth and is like, eyes gigantic, and just, please do not say it a third time.
That's just really curious. She casts a message in his head. Muffin button.
So
Oh, I
you
keep.
didn't say it out loud a third time. You said it through message.
You have to whisper.
Going.
It's like fucking Beetlejuice.
Can't he reply back in his head?
Yes.
Okay, so in his head, he says there is some unreal magic that goes along with the muffin button. Prices to be paid. It is a very dangerous existence of the muffin button. It's not so much a cursed thing, so much as like mystical endeavor. Like maybe a cursed mystical endeavor. It's complicated. I can't really discuss all the details of it, but the muffin button should never be muttered aloud. Please be careful with saying that for your own safety.
She gives a little nod and she says, is he moving his hand yet?
Yes. Once he starts speaking, he backs off and like calms down.
At least I didn't say Beetlejuice.
And on that note, no, I'm kidding.
I'm just kidding, I don't say that. We don't need him
Okay.
right now.
No. I don't have that prepared. So.
That's a
All right,
parfait
so
right
that
there.
happened. So Morty brings up after that well, since you know of that we shall not discuss. It's kind of like Voldemort, you know? Just don't say it.
Why would you not
But-
say Voldemort?
Morty says, I don't know, it's kind of stupid, but people were scared of saying it, and I guess they might have had a reason, but this is entirely on a different level, or plane of existence, rather. But, anyways, if you've heard of that, then you probably know what a hyperbolic time chamber is.
What? Those exist?
Morty goes, damn right they do.
Wow.
He says, how do you think I got so buff? And he just starts flexing.
I thought you took the Saitama route.
Says, well, I mean, kind of, but at the same time, like, I can take the Saitama route in a hyperbolic time chamber. So...
Oh my gosh, and she like steps
I was
back and
just
she's
like,
like, looks like her brain is blown. She's like, I never even thought of that.
Morty goes, yeah, well, that's basically what Nemi and Nikolai and I are going to be doing for the 2 weeks of this trip. So...
Oh. Can I ask you a favor before you, head out then? It's gonna be a...
yeah, I still gotta meet up with them, and I'm gonna, before we go to there, and he pulls out a bag and hands you a button. Just a little button. And he says, if there's an emergency, if the ship gets attacked, or, if there are pirates, if there's a megalodon, if, Zuko has a heart attack, whatever. If something bad happens, then press that button, and we will come out of the hyperbolic time chamber and join you guys for whatever is happening.
I see.
And he entrusts you with the button.
This is a very powerful button you are giving me.
It is. Please don't press it to interrupt us if it's not necessary.
Is it like the one that you've got for Rick?
It's a little different. It's more like a notification. I mean, I guess it's kind of the same, because this really just notifies Rick, but Rick won't let me teleport as like he does. He says I would abuse the power. Morty smirks and he says, he's not wrong.
I would too, I'm not gonna lie.
Morty
Speaking
goes,
of teleporting.
Yeah.
And she cups her mouth in her hand and she puts her mouth to your ear and she whispers a few things.
That I'm assuming you're gonna type.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Let me read over what Myris responded to me with while you type that. While you type that, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real fast.
And Moogle, those are freaking delicious, by the way.
Yes. I agree.
I'm like, parfait, why does that sound familiar? I should know this by now because I watched so many fucking baking shows over the holidays.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back. I'm just gonna... Hang on, I'm almost done.
Oh, is a parfait like the layered thing?
Yes.
Okay, never mind. I've seen Shokugeki. I know what parfait is. Didn't remember it.
I watched a lot of baking shows, and apparently during the holidays they're fucking batshit crazy for those.
I'm sorry, it's a really long sentence. Sentences.
That's fine.
There you go.
Alright.
I went there, I'm sorry. It's canon already. You've proven it.
Oh dear.
Oh my god, Fox, that looks amazing.
Yes, that is a dessert parfait from probably from the holiday, one of the holiday things, because I see a snowflake under it. I'm like, whatever.
I do like chocolate, but I do like the fruity tastes. I don't know, the older I get, the more I like fruitier tastes than just chocolate, which is kind of weird because normally isn't it the opposite way for women?
Yes, it's usually the actually as you get older you wanna eat like sweeter things. It's weird, but yeah.
But the fact that it looks like it has an Oreo on top of it, hell yeah.
And it looks fucking fantastic, and I just wanna go
As I say that though, Alpha, I am whispering this to Morty, so if you want to respond out loud, feel free.
I'm already typing stuff. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
No.
Already got some stuff typed up.
Don't worry, little head.
I assume that Morty's eyes just freaking widened when I said some words in there.
Probably, yeah.
I'm in love with this Matt. Oh. Yes.
A tube.
Well, actually, I'm gonna have to do that when I get paid because I did just spend a lot on the server. But we can go to... Yeah.
Okay. Tube. Tube is a tube.
It's a tube to put your card playing mats so they don't get dusty.
Oh, yeah, those are nice.
He got me a playmat that has Moxie and Millie on it. From a hell of a boss.
This is what Morty responds with.
Oh shit. What's the oh, it's solar sun.
I mean, would it be the entire group or just said person?
I don't know.
Straight up piss off Aries.
Oh my god.
Alex is sitting there thinking about it for a bit, and she's like, "Okay, thank you, Morty. You and Nemi and them have fun."
Nemi waves.
Emmy isn't there.
Oh, wait, no. Never mind. I thought they were
I
about
think
to
it's
go.
just Inosuke and Zuko in here.
Yep.
Alex goes to the the deck and she begins meditating, preparing for training.
Okay. Okay. Morty assumes that since he told you about the hyperbolic time chamber, that you will convey that to the rest of the group. Zuko seemed to be a little hesitant on... Oh, hi, Shadow. Zuko seems to be a little hesitant on hearing that Morty is not going to actually be on the ship during the journey, but he did hear that apparently he would reappear at the press of a button, so he seems to be okay with that.
We just hope that, you know...
It'll be fine. We'll just throw a cookie at them.
I can just...
That's probably not a good idea. It might sink the boat. I don't think Cookie's big enough to sink the boat, but...
What about sinking the boat?
I said, don't worry about it, we'll just throw a cookie at them, and then I said, oh, that might sink the boat, and I was like, I don't think she's big enough to sink the boat. Or he.
Nah, it's a
She.
pretty decent sized boat.
I
It's
think... Yeah.
not like as big as like one of the
There's a reason why I
Fire
was
Nation
okay.
ships, but
with-
like maybe a little smaller.
You mean like Zuko's personal ship when the
Yeah, like warship, like one of those warships. Like it's not that big, but it's not too much smaller than that.
I'm assuming Morty gave the dude the tips already, or he's going to do that before he leaves.
Yes, after going to after making the parfait and saying goodbye to Zuko and Inosuke, he heads to the kitchen and he talks to the chef.
Surprised Inosuke's not going to the chamber with you. Pick up speed in there.
Me and Inosuke could pipe up and ask if he could join, but you guys had that whole conversation. He didn't say anything, so.
He's just gonna show up when Nimi's ready to go.
I mean, if you wanted to stalk Nemi and then just like join them, that's entirely on you. Okay. So, yeah. So after Zuko eats breakfast, and if Inosuke wanted to eat some breakfast from Morty as well, it was delicious, very well made. Some of the best food. If you ate the parfait, because Morty made enough for everyone because he was feeling generous. If you ate the parfait, it is some of the best food you have ever eaten. Like, highest tasting quality food that you have ever eaten. Right. Eat it. It is delicious.
What in the world is this GIF? That must be from the movie.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I want to watch the movie.
I do too. Because a lot of people said it was freaking amazing.
Matt, there's a GIF with Inosuke preparing his sword.
Yeah. You know, just, hitting it. Yeah. You know.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, everything's fine.
What are you guys looking at?
I'm scrolling through GIFs.
No, okay.
Demon Slayer.
We're trying not to spoil.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't want spoilers. Loud. and
Loud. Holy crap, Matt. It's really talkative today.
Extra loud. Yeah. Yeah, your mic is just got some bad gas or something. I don't know.
Sounds like a very angry cattle prod.
Alright, so Zuko heads up top. Go
Yes.
teach Alex the ways of firebending.
How did that guy die?
Alex is currently sitting on deck, bored out of her mind, staring up at the sky trying to breathe fire.
Oh my god.
Roll 1d20. You get a nat 20, I'll let you burp some fire.
I don't want to burp it, I want to breathe it.
You have no experience breathing fire. You no. You do not breathe fire.
Not like Uncle Iroh.
No.
I wasn't
Breathing
even thinking
fire is
of
gonna take
fire,
a
I
lot
was
of
just like,
practice.
I just wanted to breathe fire.
You should have thought of his
That will take a
nickname.
lot of practice.
I cough up some sparks and I look at Zuko like, you didn't see that.
Just kind of giggles. Alright, so
I
what
found
would
this.
you like to practice? The dance or actual firebending?
Well, let's practice some actual firebending. It should be fun.
Says, okay. He says, there's nothing wrong with practicing actual firebending, but at some point we should probably, as it is a good suggestion to practice the dance, may make firebending a little easier to practice. So we can practice for now, but
You know what? Let me throw one fireball at you, and if it's not great, then we can go straight to dancing it to improve.
Sounds good. Go ahead and roll a d20. And while you were doing this, Morty... Wow. Morty knocks on Nikolai's door. Which Nikolai is now here, so he can respond. Morty says, alright, you ready to get Nemi and do some hardcore training? Alright. So you guys travel to are you gonna go eat breakfast or that's fair. He says come up above deck after you're done eating. I'm gonna go grab Nemi. He goes and knocks on Nemi's door.
She opens it with both her guillotine blade and her great axe on her back.
Okay. What he says, hi, my little Nemi.
Hello, cleric.
He just kind of giggles and goes, or monk.
Nemi kind of just tilts her head and then says, alright.
Morty shrugs and says, alright, you ready to go? You want to go eat breakfast or?
She will.
Alright. Says Nikolai's eating breakfast as well, so once you finish breakfast, just come up top and we'll head out.
Alright.
Alex is now trying really hard to dance, or assume dancing position, because she failed so hard on that fireball after talking big.
Yeah. Considering it's dancing, throughout the day, how many hours do you want to spend practicing dancing? Throughout today.
Here goes 6 hours.
Hours? Alright. You can roll 6 performance checks. So I'm gonna assume Nikolai and is Inosuke leaving the room with Morty? Is he chilling in the room? What's Inosuke doing? Matt. Matt, go AFK. Okay. Alright, so first couple hours seems like not really understanding. After the third hour, you seem to kind of get the hang of it. Through the fourth hour, fourth and fifth hour, you kind of understand some parts, but start making like simple mistakes on like different sections of the dance. And after the 6th hour, you seem to have mostly corrected those mistakes. You have a decent understanding of, not great, but decent understanding on how to do the dance for 6 hours of practicing it.
assuming you guys already took off.
By this point, yes, but that's just what you are going to be doing throughout the day. So Matt, what are you doing? Are you gonna... What are you doing when you leave the room? You just gonna like go above deck? Yeah, it's like I was just having Alex do stuff throughout the day since she has a lot of stuff to do. Just above deck, because that's kind of where the training area is. Alright, so as you go above deck, you see Nikolai and Nemi come up above deck while Morty's just kind of standing around watching Alex fail to do a fireball and then watching her dance. And you see Nemi and Nikolai walk up to Morty, and Morty presses a button, and all of a sudden Rick appears. And
Nemi bows her head to Rick.
he kind of goes, like, snaps his fingers, winks a little, like, hey.
I want to say this is why Alex is doing a little bad in her first two dances, because she stops and waves.
That's fair. That's understandable. So he says, "The fuck do you want, Morty?" And Morty responds with, "Well, Rick, we're kind of on a long journey here. We got some time to kill, and I was thinking that I could take these two and go into the hyperbolic time chamber we have to do some training." And Rick responds, "Yeah, alright. It's just you three?" And Morty says, "As far as I know of, yeah. No one else wanted to come. I don't know if anyone else knows we're going, really. I don't know if Alex told everyone else." So Morty says, "Yeah," and Rick shoots a portal kind of onto the side of the edge of the ship, and a portal appears. It says, "Alright, there you go." And Nikolai, Nemi, and Morty may walk through the portal if they want to. And Inosuke, you do see this happening. Are you trying to go in before her, like as she's trying to go in? Okay. It's fine. Rick's kind of like, "The fuck? Oh, right. Him." That was a good
Nemi
one.
kind of just nods a little before she heads in.
Rick just seems pleased with himself after he sees Inosuke. So all four of you go into the hyperbolic time chamber portal. You are all now in what appears to be a seemingly endless void of just a white room. There is no fridge with infinite food, but there is a Morty who will cook you guys breakfast and dinner and lunch every day that you are in there, whenever you want, because he is a chef. And you guys can just do. You can do sword fighting. You can do unarmed fighting. You can do push-ups and squats and lunges and strength training. You can do stretching and agility training. You guys can do whatever you want for the next amount of time that you are in there. It's not quite the same hyperbolic time chamber where a day is a year, because you guys are going to be in there for 2 weeks, and I don't want to have you guys come out 24 years older. It's kind of like a knockoff hyperbolic time chamber. It's not the same one. Yes. You know what Mr. Meeseeks is? I mean, I'm saying, does Nikolai know what Mr. Meeseeks is? Nikolai watched. Yeah. You can roll with advantage. Roll history. If you yourself know what Mr. Meeseeks is, then Nikolai may or may not have watched Rick and Morty. And if Nikolai watched Rick and Morty, then Nikolai can... That's some decent range. Holy Jesus. That's a lot of range. That's like hundreds of feet. Is it really? Oh boy, a nat 20 and a nat 1. Alright, so your nat 20. Yeah, a nat 20, like, it's fine. You rolled a nat 20. It's fine. You can, the modifier can be different, but you rolled a nat 20. I'll give it to you. So on a nat 20, not only do you know Mr. Meeseeks, but you remember from your past, like, exactly who Rick and Morty are and the adventures that you have seen them go through. So if you want to bring that up to Morty at any point in the story, feel free to do so. You definitely know who Rick and Morty are, and you can ask Morty about Mr. Meeseeks if you want. You can bring up any topic of conversation involving Rick and Morty with Morty, because with a nat 20, you just being inside a hyperbolic time chamber just like connected a neurological pathway that just instantly made you remember everything Rick and Morty. So are you gonna talk to Morty? Yes. Morty kind of looks back and forth and goes, Mr. Meeseeks, huh? What do we need them for? Huh.
Personal trainer, Mr. Meeseeks.
I guess so, sure. And he pulls out a bag, reaches into it, pulls out a Mr. Meeseeks box, says, alright, you can press the button, but just please press it once and make sure you are thorough on what you request from Mr. Meeseeks. Okay, this huge, fucking beefy Mr. Meeseeks comes out of, just appears in a puff of smoke. And, Mr. Meeseeks, look at me. You wanna fight? Let's do it. Let's go, champ. And Morty feels slightly offended that you're not gonna have him as a trainer, because Morty's definitely like pretty good himself, but he understands that Mr. Meeseeks is a perfect way to do hand-to-hand combat because it's just literally designed for it. So he understands. So you can the Mr. Meeseeks says, how long we training? You didn't give a description. Oh boy. So I mean, let's do some quick math. You're gonna be in there about roughly 2 weeks. So 4 days would be, that'd be,
Not gonna lie, I was trying to figure out who the hell you were talking about, and I typed it in Google, and I was like sitting here staring at it and going, oh my god, this fucker.
yeah. Look at me. So it says,
Are you
you're
doing
gonna
weeks and
be in
hours?
here. Say what?
Are you doing days and hours?
Not. I'm going to do weeks and years. It is going to be about 1 year per week.
Oh, okay.
Yay, everybody else gets to age up too.
Yeah, so the 4 of you are going to be in here for about 2 years. Depending on if you're in here the entire 2 weeks. Nothing if Alex doesn't have to press the button. So, if you want to look at Morty and ask him, how long are we going to be in here? Morty can reply back with about 2 years. Alright. Tell them, Mr. Meeseeks, that you need him as a sparring partner for about 2 years. Boy, it's going to be some heavy stat increases. So, Inosuke, throughout your time in the hyperbolic time chamber, are you also going to do hand-to-hand combat? Or are you going to do, like, sword v sword with Nemi? Or what are you going to do? Okay. That's fine. I mean, you got 2 years, so you can pick and choose what you want to do throughout the duration of the time, and you will level X stats accordingly. So, okay. Morty is going to rotate around with helping you guys with hand-to-hand combat, but Morty is also going to use this 2 years to become a fucking Super Saiyan. Which I'm gonna have to write up some stats for. Or Google search some stats, because there's probably some stuff already made in Google. favorite this page. This is exactly what I need to know. So, yeah, we have you four doing that. Myris is going to be reading books to increase his intellect, and Alex is going to be learning firebending. Well, swap back over to Alex. You still have several hours of daylight. You want to take a break and eat? You want to practice firebending? What does Alex want to do?
Ah, yes, I could go grab a snack from the kitchen. I'd like to ask Zuko if he would like anything from the kitchen as well.
Zuko says, yeah, he will go with you.
Alright. Walking to the kitchen then.
Alright.
Benji!
Oh, hello, Alex.
Hi! We're a little peckish from our trading. Do you happen to have any snacks prepared?
He says, well, yes, as a matter of fact, I can whip something up in a few minutes. I got some lovely advice from Morty, and, oh man, I got this cool bag from Morty, and it just, I think it's gonna make me one of the greatest cooks ever. This bag that he gave me, this bag is my new treasured item.
Oh, that's so great to hear!
Yeah. Do you have something specific in mind that you would want to eat?
Zuka, sorry. Is there anything special that you're feeling like you want to eat?
Z replies with, some curry would be nice right now.
Yeah, curry. And she holds up 2 fingers. We'll get some curry, please.
Says, all right. Give me 10 to 20 minutes. I'll make you 2 hopefully delicious plates of curry.
I thought you were gonna say fire flakes. I was gonna be like, I don't know how Alex is gonna handle that.
Okay, so after about 16, 17 minutes, you and Z both get a plate of curry. You can try it. It tastes pretty decent.
This is good. Good job, Benji. So tasty.
Benji kind of wipes his hand across his head and looks super pleased and is like super glad that you said that. He goes back to the kitchen.
I think Zuko's just eating silently.
Yeah.
Alright, I guess after we're done eating, I ask Z if he wants to continue training or if he wants to take a break.
We can continue training. It's kind of the half the purpose of this voyage, so the other half is just simply getting home, but the additional half, as per Rick, is teaching you firebending. So let's train as much as we can while we can.
Alright, let's get back to it.
Right. So it's maybe like 7 or 8 a.m. when you, like 7, 8, 9 a.m. when you started doing your dancing. It's probably like 2 or 3 o'clock, maybe. 1 or 2. Say 1:45. 1:45, not 2. It's 2. It's just 8. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. how long do you want to train firebending for?
Ah, well, I guess we can train until the sun sets.
Okay. We have about 7 more hours of training.
Alright.
So roll. Well, roll 4d20 for the first hour. See how it goes each hour. First few days are gonna be a lot of rolling. And after first few days, you'll get.
Oh, I rolled in the wrong place. I rolled that in notes. I'm sorry. Can you
Did.
move that? I was trying to look up the name of the dude.
Can I move it?
You can delete it.
No, I just got. Yeah, I'm just. So the very first one, you kind of try to cast a fireball. Nothing happens for a moment, and Zuko's response is like, "Oh, nothing's gonna happen this time." And then a delayed fireball comes out as he was not ready for it, and it blasts him in the face.
Oh, no. Are you okay?
Goes, "Oh, I'm fine."
I'd like to
Alright,
heal him if he took any damage.
Yeah, with that, he can take 1d8 damage.
Alright, Alex is quick to heal. At least I can heal. That's a good part about it.
Yeah, he took 6 damage from that.
Let's see.
Yeah, the water on his face will be pretty nice after the fire on his face. Alright, he's back to full health. He feels refreshed. After that, he isn't angry or anything. It's like, alright, well, it was a little odd, but I mean, good job. I just should have been a little more prepared. It's my own fault, no worries. Every other attempt fizzles out.
Being too cautious now.
Yeah, you're just a little too hesitant on that after you get him in the face of the fireball. Next hour, you can roll another 4d20.
On that note, I would like to pray to Rick that I don't hit him in the face again.
Alright.
4d20, you said?
Yeah. So this time, because you prayed to Rick, again, he's just like, oh, it fizzled out. But, then you send a fireball going straight at him. And because you prayed to Rick, and because this just happened, he dodges it and just lets it, go past him into the sea. Like, oh, that was okay. I really got to be prepared for those late shots. All right, I think I'll be ready for those from now on. And second try, you got a good fireball going at him. Your third try, get another good fireball going at him. Your fourth try, get another good fireball at him. You're getting the hang of it pretty well off this, so. After that, you can just roll like 5 more hours. Roll 20 d20.
Question, can I use Tides of Chaos for this?
How often do you use Tides of Chaos?
I can use it once per long rest.
And if you like wanna use it, how do you want to use it?
Once per long rest, you can gain advantage on one attack roll, ability check, or saving throw. So on my finale, I'll use it if that's okay. So I can roll the 19 d20s, and then for the last one, I'll roll it a one on advantage.
Sure. So just roll 21 d20, and the last two will be an advantage.
21 d20s.
Yeah, just roll 21 d20, and then the last two I'll just count. I'll just separate, and whichever the two is higher will be that. So.
Oof.
So you get good fireball, fizzle out, good fireball, fizzle out, exceptionally great fireball, good fireball, fizzle out, good fireball, fizzle out, good fireball, fizzle out, good fireball, late fireball, Zuko dodges because he is prepared for that shit. It's happened 3 times now.
Oh god.
And then another great fireball off that, and he thinks that you are a natural at this.
Right, here comes the 2 with
Only
advantage.
The first day. The 2 with advantage were the 20 and 16.
Yep, I don't know why I didn't say advantage on them though. I'm kind of confused here. You just roll them again?
No, like with for the 21 d20, the 20 and 16 at the very end, that was your advantage roll. So you got a nat 20 on the Tides of Chaos.
Alright.
Because it's 20 d20, but then that extra 1, so it was just whichever was higher between the very last 2 die.
Okay.
So you did pretty good over the course of the day. Cass, you did a lot of fire bending, so.
Still
dinner.
Still a little embarrassed about hitting him in the face with it, but I probably don't want to speak about it.
Yeah, he's not too worried about it. He won't bring it up if you don't, pretty much.
Alright,
So.
fair enough.
So, for everyone else, it's been like a couple weeks to a month. You're feeling pretty sore from all the training, but Morty's been cooking high protein meals and giving you protein shakes, and I don't know, over the course of the first couple days, does anyone want to talk to Morty about the training? Any ideas, suggestions, you know?
Nemi does want to do
comments?
training with her sword. The guillotine blade.
Who do you want to train with? Want to train with Inosuke?
Yeah, since he's the only one with technically with sword. That's
Yeah. he
that
is.
2 swords that could block it.
Yeah.
Cause I'm afraid I'm gonna cut Nikolai's swords in half.
I'm gonna assume that
Possible.
Myris is staying in the room with Zuko while you guys left.
Iris is deep inside the library.
Yeah, you're not gonna see him until probably the end of the thing.
Fair enough.
So no one wants to bring anything up to Morty? Nikolai, Nemi?
I mean, I said what I wanted to say.
Okay. That's fine. You guys can keep training, sparring, and strength training, and unarmed hand-to-hand combat. And Morty's gonna be becoming a Super Saiyan over the course of this. So. Yes. How many hours, Moogle?
Until lights out.
Uh, 2 to 4 hours?
Yep.
Depends on how much sleep you want to get. If you want to sleep in at all.
4 hours.
Are you gonna sleep in a little?
Yeah, a little bit. I think she deserves it after all the numbers we've rolled.
It's been a good day of practice. You did a lot of dancing, you did a lot of fire bending. Might be a little worn out from the first day.
Yep.
So,
So 4.
Yeah. Yeah, 4d20. Wrong thing. Do that. Alright, so the first, let's go back to typing it because no one knows what you're doing. You guys want to have any conversations or dialogue in the hyperbolic time chamber, feel free. Yeah. Yeah, but you're gonna have like downtime when you're resting and eating and stuff, so. Okay.
This question, does Zuko care if we say his name on the boat? I mean, I'm assuming we're okay on the boat.
I don't know. Could ask him.
I guess I could. I've almost said it a couple times. On the backtrack. I can't wait till what I ask Morty comes into play because that could be pretty interesting.
I'm gonna have so much fun if that happens.
I'm gonna have to bring Myris because of the one at the head seat. I don't trust being there alone with that person.
It's fair.
Oh, I wish y'all brought Fred with you guys. Now I'm sad I didn't even think about that. What? Oh my god. But you know who is with you guys that you could freaking power level? Or train? Sitting in a Pokeball.
Yeah, it's true. Anytime you want to train your Pokemon, you can. Inosuke, you see a Nothic appear in front of you.
I'm surprised he's okay with us making friends with this many monsters. I mean, you don't have to stop.
Alright. I mean, fair.
Ooh, you put me in an awkward position, Alpha.
Yeah, I did.
God damn you!
Hey, you rolled what you rolled, you know. Rolled on that 20, so what you learn, but it's kind of how it goes.
Great, I don't know how I'm gonna get past this point, so we're at an impasse right now.
Yeah, well,
That's what I get, I guess.
what you're doing is gonna be kind of overpowered, so kind of gotta slow you down somehow. Alright. So, next day for Alex and Myris. You can go have breakfast. It's
Before
pretty
I
good
leave
breakfast.
my room.
Do your daily routine.
Yeah, my daily routine, and I'm going to have a conversation.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I will add in one other thing to last night. Oh, it's an A.
I'm back.
So also that, because I assume that's where you're going with this.
Yeah.
That also did happen. Yeah, that's why I was assuming you were going with that, but that also happens. So come back.
Actually, no. I'm just gonna do my daily routine. And I'm gonna head into the kitchen.
Hello, Benji?
Yes. Hello, Alex. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing today?
Doing wonderful. I'm trying new recipes and doing all sorts of wonderful stuff with this amazing bag that I have that your awesome friend Morty gave me. And I feel like I might actually be able to one day in the future present a presentable dish to Sanji.
That would be amazing.
With enough training, I feel like I could.
I wonder if Sanji, or have you ever heard, since you know of Sanji, I wonder if you've ever heard of Soma.
Let's see if he has. No, he has
Okay.
not.
Okay.
Well, he's another really excellent cook. I was just curious. I think it would be really cool to see them do a competition against each other. They're both amazing cooks.
Huh. I don't know about that. I mean, I don't know if anyone could live up to Sanji's standards.
Oh boy. Well, if I ever get any of Soma's cooking, or Sanji's, I might have to keep you in mind and see if I can get you some as well, or name drop you.
Sorry, say that again. I was typing to Oni.
If I ever meet Sanji or Soma, maybe I'll name drop you and they can meet up with you and also help you become a better cook and get to try both of their cooking.
He says, well, if Soma is on par with Sanji, then I would love the opportunity to meet either of them and get advice from them and cook a meal for them and have a meal cooked for me by them. That would be wonderful.
By the way, did my friend come in the kitchen early this morning for breakfast?
Who?
He's kind of about this tall, and she holds her hand up, and he's got a scar on his left eye.
Oh, right. I'm gonna be honest, I was thinking like One Piece for a minute. I'm like, Luffy's scar is like under his eye. I'm like, what?
No! God damn it!
I don't know. My mind was on One Piece because we
Wait,
were
is
talking
Luffy
about
on the
Sanji.
ship?
Wait.
No, he's not. We're not doing that. No, he is not. Probably not.
I mean, if Sanji's not here, he's probably not.
No.
Ooh, it might actually be beneficial for us to meet them at Sanji and his crew at some point. We do have somebody in our party who likes to fight with swords. So we got a couple people who like to fight with swords, and I'm sure they would enjoy the chance to meet Zoro.
He says Zoro. Who is that?
You don't know Zoro? He's very famous for his 3-sword style.
3 swords.
Yes.
Fuck you. Hold 3 swords. You 2 swords in one hand.
Well, I mean, I'm not talented enough to do it, but I hear he uses his mouth for one of his swords.
He just looks skeptical and then starts laughing, going, "Oh, don't be ridiculous. That's nah."
That's fair enough. Either way, he's a swordsman. I'm sure my party would enjoy meeting him and maybe possibly getting some pointers from him. But, however, my friend, did he come for breakfast?
Yes, he did.
Oh, okay. Do you mind if I get some breakfast as well, and possibly some fresh fruit, maybe some apples?
He says, yes, I could give you specifically at least 4 or 5 apples. Just don't tell anyone else I'm giving you so many.
Ooh, okay. Thank you.
With that, she takes the apples and she stuffs them in her bag so nobody else sees the apples. And she takes the breakfast. And she waves at Zuko if he's on the deck, and she's pointing to her food as if letting him know that she's gonna go eat in her room real quick. She goes to her room, eats her breakfast, and talks to Ryuk for a second.
Okay.
Ryuk,
Yes.
I'm gonna need you to do me a favor if you don't mind. It's a simple favor, and I'm sure you can manage. Especially for maybe 5 apples? It's not even the big enough task for 5 apples. You mind scouring the ship and seeing if you can find some rodents and maybe trap them and bring them back here?
That is such a menial task.
5 apples.
5 apples? 5?
She shows him the
Ugh.
apples.
Yes. And he says, stand back for a moment.
Okay.
She takes a step back.
And he puts his hands together. And how big is this room? It's not that big of a room. It's not too small. I'm gonna say he summons about 15 more Ryuks. And all 15 other Ryuks besides himself leave the room.
And before he
And
leaves,
he
I say,
says-
Be sure to keep them in a trap of some sort, because I don't want them running loose in here.
So I'll just grab them. You can put them in a trap yourself.
God damn it.
You just said to deliver you a
I
rodent.
did
I'm
say
delivering
trap.
you a
I
rodent.
did say trap them and get me some rats.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
Oh,
She did.
he says, all right, I can do that. I heard deliver, not trap. That's my bad.
I did say trap and deliver.
Okay, I just didn't hear trap. I heard deliver.
I just realized my mistake telling Ryuk to do something like that, and I was like, oh shit, did he catch that?
So after about 5 minutes, door opens. Well, yeah. Door opens. And one of the Ryuks comes in with a little metal cell that he's holding. You don't know where he got it from.
No questions
God,
asked.
so don't worry about it. And there is a rodent in it. Medium-sized mouse. Nah, it's a rat. Medium-sized rat.
Okay. Well, thank you.
And then she hands him the apples as she promised.
He eats about 3 of them in one bite, one after the other, and then starts eating one while tossing the other one in the air in one hand.
Right. On that note, she's gonna give the rat her scraps from breakfast, so he's not starving. And she's going to hide the cage under her bed. Actually, no,
Okay.
by the window, but in a spot where if somebody opens the door, they're not gonna see it right away. So it has some light.
Okay. Yeah.
And then she's gonna go back to the deck and practice with Zuka.
Okay.
And as she's practicing, she's gonna say,
So, about your name. Are we allowed to say it now that we're on the boat, or...?
He ponders that for a moment and says, I suppose it would be fine. There shouldn't be any spies on this ship, and even if there are, then they would probably already have scouted out my room by now. So if they were to attack us, I mean, it's already to be expected.
Right.
But The captain seems to be trustworthy and wasn't very known about, so I think I should be safe.
I feel so rude, but I didn't bother asking the captain's name. Do you know who our captain is?
What's the name, Philip?
Captain's name is Ren.
Ren. Like the bird?
Like R-E-N, Ren.
Okay. A nice name.
And she continues dancing, because I'm assuming that's what we're opening up with.
If you want to.
Okay. How many? I guess 6 hours again.
Another 6 hours.
So 60 20s plus 8, that's a performance.
Yeah. Okay, just do that again. I'll be fine. So, you seem to pretty much get the hang of it throughout the day. You do exceptionally well, except for 1 hour where you kind of start to get a little tired and like take a 15 early minute break and just kind of relax and then get back to it, and then you seem to do really well the rest of the couple hours. And, another day of training the dance, and you could probably have it down.
Well, I guess that's what I'm doing in my time. What's everybody else doing?
Yeah.
But now you have
Definitely.
Clovis.
Yeah, what is Clovis doing in there?
Shadow?
Wanna have Clovis do an exercise regimen, or fighting, or... I mean, there's multiple ways to go about strength. Huh? Fighting? Okay. You wanna have him fight with your Mr. Meeseeks when you take a break, or you wanna have him fight? Okay. Alright. Yeah, that's fine. I'll allow that. I was gonna say, the Mr. Meeseeks might not do it, but... nah, he'll do it.
Technically, since you said the Nothics are observing creatures, wouldn't he just be gaining knowledge off of watching everybody else training?
I just think I have a perfect page still open. Let me look at this page real fast. As soon as this page fucking loads. Load. Did my internet crash?
Well, I mean, we're still here.
Well, sometimes my computer will disconnect from the internet for like 10 to 15 seconds and then reconnect. So, no, my entire browser just froze, so I gotta just wait for it to respond. I'm pretty sure Nothics were observant, so if he wanted to just spend some time combat training with the Mr. Meeseeks and spend the other time observing, he could probably do that. restart my computer real quick. It's like glitching out. I can still check Discord on my phone though.
Everybody on the other side of the party are doing a lot.
Yeah.
Myers has the most exhausting training of all.
Training of the
As
mind.
reading books.
I don't think Inosuke can read.
Alright, well. I guess. Whatever Alex wants to keep doing for the time being.
I mean, Alex is doing her training too.
After after a day or two more, you don't really have to roll for stuff. You can just kind of naturally do it and you'll get better at it.
Get that cantrip?
Yes, actually, you can.
Yay!
After what you've been doing.
After tonight, then?
Yes.
Okay.
Wake up in the morning.
Oh wait, are we doing night stuff? Because I ain't done yet then, if that's the case.
I believe that was for dancing. So if you wanted to roll d20s for firebending.
How many?
Well, do you want to... Yeah. Well, do you want to keep shooting fireballs at Zuko, or do you want to try catching the fireballs as he launches them at you and doing what he does to deflect them?
Ooh. Okay, let's yeah, let's go ahead and do that.
Okay. So, let's see what to roll for that. I guess just since you're being attacked with a fireball, you can roll a dexterity saving throw. Bunch of times. Let's see how many times. You could do that over the course of all of it, or you could do a bunch of different ones.
I'm okay with just this.
That's fine. That's a good roll. That's why I said it. It's a good roll. So
I don't want to get hit in the face because I feel like he ain't gonna hold back.
yeah, that
early.
one's that one's. Zuko's not petty. It's fine.
Sometimes.
I mean, sometimes, but
Especially if I were to talk about his sister, I feel.
all right.
Oh.
I am curious, and I've been
That
wanting to
one.
talk about her, but at the same time, I know it's not a good subject, so I'm shutting my mouth.
Yeah, I'd say that one's a touchy one.
So,
Why did you say you haven't seen Avatar in a few years? It was on Netflix. Everybody like literally rewatched it on Netflix. And
Yeah, everybody went
I
fucking
think
apeshit
I
crazy.
think I rewatched Korra, but I don't think I watched Avatar.
Okay. That's fair. I mean, I have both of them on DVD, and I even rewatched Avatar again.
I think I have both of them on DVD as well. So.
Yeah.
Actually, yes, I do. I have both of them on DVD. It's just been like, I don't know, it's been like 3 or 4 years since I've seen Avatar, and it's been like a year or two since I've seen Korra. Or no, it's been some months since I've seen Korra. It came out more recently. But anyways, with the 20 overall throughout several hours of practicing deflecting the fireballs, you do a good job on it. You were able to not get hit in the face
It's very
with
nice
any
face.
fireballs. It is. Everybody loves it.
Probably be upset if he came back and had a matching scar.
Morty would probably cry a little. Then he would like probably seek out Rick's help to correct it. It's probably what Morty would do.
Like, it's time to go to the Nip Tuck universe.
So you kind of get the hang of it pretty decently. Nighttime. Go eat dinner. Go to your room. Do your other thing.
4 hours.
Okay.
Is that 4d20s then? Or is it something else?
Yeah. Yeah, 4d20s. Alright. So...
And then after that, I give the rat a cookie and a pet on the head and go to bed.
So, how's everybody feeling?
Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
Good.
So, what's going on?
I'm typing multiple things.
Oh boy.
Are you typing out to Myris too?
Yes. I'm doing a side thing for Morty, and I'm seeing if Oni can help me.
So what was the reason that? Oh, what did Morty explain to me? Why the muffin button was bad?
He kind of left it pretty vague. Kind of like you just shouldn't do it.
I don't even remember much about the muffin button, to be honest with you.
I mean, Muffin Button, Planet Namek was about to explode. It did explode. Goku can't breathe in space. The planet exploded. Goku didn't die. People asked why Goku didn't die. His response, Muffin Button. What? Muffin Button. Nothing. Muffin Button. That's about it. That's about all there is to Muffin Button. So, you never know. Interesting stuff could happen. Okay, so that happens. So as you guys are in the hyperbolic time chamber, throughout many days and weeks and months of being in there so far, you do notice Morty beefing up fairly quickly, and seems like every so often he injects a needle into himself. So do with that what you will.
Their training is so intense that they're speechless.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not even gonna ask?
Okay. I mean, it's entirely up to you to roleplay and ask him. So, Morty's just kind of like in his own zone of you guys all kind of have sparring partners. So Morty's gonna like do exercise and protein shakes and steroids and work on becoming a Super Saiyan. Yes? Share what? Oh. It's kind of strenuous on the body. Could take some time to get used to, but I can if you want. Yeah, we do. It'll take you some time to get used to it, but you should see good results pretty quick. Okay, so on that note, every about once a month for the next 2 years, you can have a shot of some steroids that literally have no bad side effects because Rick is a perfect scientist that you know of. That's why I said that you know of.
Don't worry about it. It just makes your face break out, but you'll never see it because Nikolai's wearing the helmet. I feel like there's gonna be a Nikolai lost his helmet episode at some point.
It's highly possible. Could come up in the future. You never know. So alright, so Nikolai is also going to be taking the steroids over the course of 2 years. That's fair.
Are you gonna blow into a gourd until it explodes? Pretty cool.
Massacre.
God, I love that show.
We just talked
Oh,
about
speaking
shows.
of cool shows, I think it'd be really neat to see Shao Tier's weapon at some point. Alpha.
Ooh, that would be interesting. Yeah, that would be. Would be really OP is Ein Ul Gaun's staff, but that's not happening anytime soon. That's super late game.
I wonder who that's gonna go to.
I don't know.
What are we talking about?
Depends on if you guys want to die to a level 100, 150, or what was he, level 100? Level 90?
I ain't fucking fighting him.
So, I don't know.
Who are we talking about?
Overlord.
Yeah.
Ah. It's like, what the
Ein
fuck?
Ul Gaun. That would be an interesting arc, though. I would definitely have to cut their levels down if you guys wanted to interact with that.
Yeah,
That would be some challenging shit. Yeah, because they
Yeah.
are like gods are one thing, but they, I mean,
When
seem like, oh, this
mage
like
can
level
fucking
20
kill somebody by
fighter,
squeezing them to death, that's just like what?
or like this level 20 looking fighter who has perfected this like zone where he can insta strike anyone who comes near it, and this vampire literally blocks it and deflects it with a fingernail. Like, what fucking high level is that? Like, what?
Yeah.
What's her AC, like 40?
All you just see is just like someone just
No,
getting
it's,
knocked out.
It's 69.
Oh my god. All you just see is just someone getting flicked like a flea across the room, and you're just like, what the fuck?
I mean, yeah.
Oh my god, I
Alright.
could just.
And those are just
okay.
his servants.
To be fair,
Anyways.
I pictured Ty just getting flinged across the room.
Oh, Ty's not training. He's sleeping.
I know.
I messaged Asinine, and him and I can figure something out that he can do throughout this time.
Okay. It's good then.
So it's possible. It is possible that, I mean, Ty's in Morty's bag, and Morty's in the hyperbolic time chamber. So it's entirely possible that Ty will have wanted to come out of the bag and train in the hyperbolic time chamber.
At some point
okay.
in time.
Yeah. So, you know,
Okay.
it's been a few months already inside the hyperbolic time chamber, but I could probably just say Asinine like came out after a day or two in the hyperbolic time chamber and just trained up some stuff, cause I'll be honest, with the way things are gonna progress, yeah, you guys might get really strong off this.
We're not getting strong. I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, Morty was gonna. I mean, well, Nikolai wanted to do strength training. Morty was like, "Oh, strength training, huh? I could do some of that. How much?" And then Nemi prayed to Rick. Rick responded actually, and suggested how to get really strong because he's Rick and he'll like, you know, you're a follower of his. He's gonna suggest something efficient. And Morty was like, yeah, well, let's just do it the really OP way. And so 2 years, I don't want to say it, but you guys might get like a couple level ups.
A couple? Ooh.
Spending a year of your life
2 years.
training.
You said
A
2.
year of your life, yeah, but a year of your life training, you're probably going to go up a level doing that.
Is it just gonna be the people in the chamber?
Unfortunately, yes. But throughout the Avatar's training, you're probably going to get some pretty cool stuff. I'll be honest, I wasn't intending for it to go this way at all. But this is a decent way for you guys to catch up to Myris.
Ah.
Wasn't intending for it to go this way.
Yeah.
Because Myris got really OP gear right out the gate.
Brah. I'm learning 2 things.
I know.
You are
I know
learning.
the one thing you're
You are
learning.
learning very useful things. Well, I mean, you say 2, but after another day or 2, Zuko might suggest a 3rd option.
Oh, I'm actually planning on moving on to a 3rd option already.
All right. Well, might be a painful option depending on your roles, but it can happen.
Wait, Alpha, is there a pool in there?
And where?
In the symbiotic chamber?
Symbiotic.
Hyperbolic time chamber.
I don't fucking care anymore at this point. It's just a fucking time machine.
I mean, no, but that's fine.
Basically, it's a training area. That's what I'm gonna call it now.
Yes, there is a pool. It is a very big pool, so you could also do swimming.
That's
to be able
That's what she's probably gonna be doing on her time off. Is
swimming or holding your breath for constitution training, or you know.
Do you really want Nemi to have more constitution?
Just saying.
Sure, I'll do that
You can
too.
do whatever you want in 2 years, is why I'm saying. Like, Alex is doing this stuff, you guys are doing that stuff. Explain what
year.
you want to do throughout the time. So,
First year is
you
spent
know,
like strength training, next is constitution training.
do what you want to do.
So Alex would like to, since
Yeah, you can-
Alex would like to get up and go eat her breakfast and meet Zuko on the deck.
Okay.
And start with the dancing.
All right.
Yet again.
Any rolls
big is
more
this?
performance checks if you want. If they're good rolls, then you have the dance down. Yeah. You don't have to. You can practice it more, but you kind of have it down and don't really need to practice it more. Oh yeah. Yeah. You you don't need to do the dancing anymore. You have it down. You understand it fully. You're doing it as well as Zuko. If not the last hour, you seem to do it a little better than him.
Oh, I'm gonna do that cantrip thing too because I didn't do that the night before. That's
Yeah, go
okay.
ahead.
Okay.
Remind me again exactly what it was.
Getting rid
I
of
remember what it is.
getting rid of booming blade because I've only used that a couple times and I'm not really doing anything with it.
No, it's not gonna.
And then
have
I'm
any
switching
effect
it
then.
out with the fire cantrip. That it's like the water and the earth one that I got.
Okay.
It's control flames. Alright. But yeah, after those 6 hours, it looks like I go out on a really good note.
Yeah, you do. End it like perfectly. You dance the last hour so perfectly that you draw the attention of a lot of the crew members and they stop working and doing what they need to be doing. And you get some cheering and some applause. Whistling and hollering.
Yay.
It's so weird that I picture Alex striking a post sometimes.
Superstar.
With a nat 20, you definitely can end it on a killer pose if you want to.
I'm looking to see if there's anything good. Might just say yes, it's a good pose.
Yeah. It can be a good pose, but if you find a gif or something, that's cool too. Oh god, I gotta know.
Nope,
What is it?
we're not posting that one.
Just post it. It doesn't have to be it, but I want to see. What is it?
Woohoo.
Yeah, okay. Glad it's not that, because the ship would go fucking berserk.
It's just a fantastic pose.
Yeah.
Everything in here is way too inappropriate, and then there's that, which is kind of inappropriate, but
Yeah. Okay, well, we can move on to more firebending after lunch if you would
here we
like.
go. Yes.
That's fair. It's a good one.
Hello, Benji.
3 out of the 12 people faint.
Oh no.
Most of the other people go over to the ones that fainted, like slap them awake and get them up. And 2 of them are just left staring in shock and awe after the wonderful performance.
Well, I carry on to the
Yeah.
kitchen with Zuko.
Hello, Benji.
Yep.
What you got for lunch today?
Today I got frittatas.
Ooh, that sounds lovely.
Yeah, it's a new recipe.
Well, look us up.
He serves you both a nicely sized plate of frittatas.
Nice.
This food appears to taste a little better each day.
Sugoi.
on to your firebending if you'd like.
Oh god, okay. Back to the firebending. What do I roll?
What kind of firebending do you want to do?
I want to work on my punches.
Punches? Blasting a little fireball out of each punch?
Well, I'm not doing strength, I'm just
Or-
throwing fireballs. I mean,
No,
unless you
just
want me to do strength, but...
No, I mean, I'm just saying, like, with each punch, a ball of
Yes.
fire comes out of the punch. Yeah. Just double checking that's what you wanted to do.
Cha,
Okay,
cha.
you can practice that.
What you want me to roll?
Well, probably got another 6-7 hours. At this point, could do 35 d20.
Ooh. Yikes.
So you do moderately all right, not the greatest. You do pretty poorly throughout the first half the day of firebending. There's one point where you kind of double pump some fireballs right at Zuko, and he ducks because he is prepared for this. You did pray to Rick, so. There's another point where you there's 2 more points where you just do completely perfect punches with ginormous looking fireballs coming out of them right at Zuko. He deflects them, and after a nice day of training with fire and getting the hang of it, he suggests that tomorrow you could train throwing fire back and forth and catching it. Just throwing it back and forth.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Here you go, Matt, just for you.
I talked with Oni about Mike. Okay.
That's a new sound.
Yeah, it's an interesting sound. That's talked with Oni a little about how he does rings in his campaign. I'm probably going to steal what he does because it's a pretty decent system. As to where he does no penalties with 4 or less rings, but if you wear more than 4 rings, then you start getting penalties for each ring. Like if you make an attack roll while wearing 5 rings, then you roll a d20, and if you, or say you have like 8 rings, then if you roll 1 d20 before attacking, and if you roll a 2, 3, or 4 because you have 4 rings, then you get a minus to your, or you have disadvantage to your attack roll. But if you get a nat 1, then you automatically miss. So, I think I'm going to steal that from him because I kind of like it. But, I mean, it's going to be a while before you guys have like 5 rings anyways, so don't really have to worry about it. go eat dinner and do your nightly thing?
Yes, but I'm gonna be a little bit more descriptive real quick, so you can talk to
Okay.
them about what they're doing.
So, yeah. You all feel a bit more pumped up and feeling a little more muscly. You don't really have a bonus modifier yet, but you do feel more muscly, feel more agile, feel more efficient with your swings. Feel like you could take more hits, you know? Like you're just better fighters overall. I feel like you've been training for months on end now, and it is going very well. Morty, on the other hand, looks ridiculously stronger. Nikolai, looking pretty strong at this point, like a lot stronger than he was. Like has beefed up muscle-wise a lot. Or, I don't know. I mean, you wear a suit of armor though, right, Nikolai? No? Thought you wore, well, not a suit of armor, but like a, I mean, don't you have your like suit though, like your Destiny suit?
I feel like it's just the helmet. Legit. That's all you.
Because you definitely had an entire suit on at Rick's party with the stuff in the air. I mean, you have to be still wearing it. I'm just saying you were wearing it, so it's up to you. Because with how muscly you're getting, might be a tight squeeze with your suit. So I don't know if you want to keep wearing your suit, have like kind of an uncomfortable tight squeeze feeling going, or if you want to just keep the helmet and not keep wearing the suit. It's up to you. Okay. Oh, I'm not signed in. What the fuck? And D&D Beyond, like, signed me out. It's just telling me I can't look at this monster because I don't have the book. I'm like, what's that do?
Would sign you out.
What the fuck? There it is. There we go. That's better.
There you go.
Look in a moment. Okay. Alright.
That was like a paragraph, I'm sorry.
It's fine.
I just kind of realized that I didn't bother doing any of that.
Yeah. Yeah, you didn't. I mean, it's better late than never, so.
Oh god, it's aggressive tonight. I don't know why it does that. Like, he got a new freaking headset and a new mic. Or, a new headset and a new controller, so... Hmm. Alright, now I don't feel so god awful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Alright, back at it then.
4 more hours?
Yep.
Okay.
Is it 4d20s?
Yeah. Oof. First couple hours, not really able to do anything. Second couple hours, kinda the same as before.
Fair enough.
To be honest with you, the DC check gets lower and lower the more successful attempts you make.
Oh no, I'm not. I agree.
So.
This is totally fair.
Yeah. You were pretty close to the DC the first 2 rolls, but you just missed. But the second 2 rolls, you successfully do it, which does lower the DC for tomorrow night.
Yay.
So,
Right. So Alex's daily is done.
yeah.
Alex is extremely curious as to what Myers has been up to, since he's like still on the ship with her, but she's not gonna bother him, aside from, I guess, sending... Hang on, I'm gonna send him some mental messages.
Okay.
And I'm going to specifically send him in this in a private message.
That's fair. He'll probably respond, as I've been talking to him on and off for a little while now.
But yeah, she goes gets breakfast from Benji.
Pancakes today. He greets you. Says you're looking lovely.
Oh, thank you.
Says you're welcome.
Your food looks delicious.
He appreciates that. Says thank you. They are some dang good pancakes. Nice, buttery, fluffy, good pancakes. Like, you could probably eat them without syrup, and they would just still be delicious.
If she was a D&D character, she'd be a bardic barbarian.
Bardic barbarian. Okay.
I am annoying Myers today.
Nice.
Anyway, back to training. If you want to know what I was doing, you can always ask him. But anyway, I'm on the deck and I stretch and I'm like, okay, Zuka, what's the training for today? Zuka?
Yeah. So, today we can, basically just play catch with a fireball.
Right.
I sadly have to get off for tonight because I have to do stuff early in the morning.
I'm sorry. Probably be ending relatively soon, so
Alright.
you won't miss much.
Right.
Nothing big or important is gonna happen probably till next session anyways, so
Alright, makes sense. You guys have a good night.
at least when Myris is back, I think Honey will still be gone. Oh, he got a 100! Oh,
On that
shit.
note, I'm going to,
Pray to God.
Oh, I have no idea what he's doing.
Mage armor. Oh, for 8 hours. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will say this, if Alex takes a fireball to the face, that is an emergency and she probably will push the button.
Okay.
Unless somebody could say maybe, talk her into healing herself first.
I mean, Zuko might.
Might.
Just be like, you can waterbend yourself, you know. So Zuko says, "Alright, so this is gonna be some constant back and forth. We're gonna be going for a while. If there are any injuries, and if I, again, or if you get hit in the face, we can probably rely on your water bending again. So,
Alex
hopefully it
is...
doesn't leave any scars or anything."
1 second.
She turns around, drops to her knees, puts her hands together, and looks up to the sky. Rick? Almighty Kami-sama? Please, I hope that this goes well. And then she gets up and she's like, okay, I'm done.
Alright. So... should we roll? You wanna just practice for like the 8 hours of the mage armor, then take a break?
Yes.
Or 4 hours, or what do you wanna do?
We can go straight 8 hours if you'd like.
Okay.
Put this armor to use.
Yeah. So...
Should I?
Zuko, do you want some armor too?
I don't know what his AC is.
What is it? 13 plus his dex modifier?
Mm-hmm.
Says, no. No, I'll be alright.
Alright.
She gets in a ready stance.
Yeah. That'll help a lot. Take your pick. One roll or a bunch of rolls?
Let's go ahead and do all 8, I guess. Unless
Bunch
it's
of
more than
rolls?
8, yeah. As long as if it's not a word I have to type out, then if it's just like a D20 so many times, I'm okay with.
You can just do D20.
Okay. Yeah, multiple rolls.
So we'll say say 40.
All right, 40 D20s it is. I know I'm gonna get some nat ones here, so here we go.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3 nat 20s and 2 nat 1s. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. That's the 3 nat 20s, so over half. Not bad, pretty good. So you do a pretty decent job throughout all 8 hours. You have a few moments where you kind of are flashy with like catching it, like spinning around and then throwing it back at him really fast, just to kind of be like, yeah, what's up, your turn now. And then you had a couple moments where the fireball came at you and you just like spacing out because it's 8 hours of doing this. Your attention span kind of falters a little, and it goes flying past you as you dodge it because you like were spacing out, not ready to catch it and toss it back. And so a couple times it just goes. One time it goes whizzing past you, and one time it goes whizzing past Zuko. But you did a pretty good job overall. You kind of got the hang of, like, if you get attacked by fire, you might be able to redirect it with a little more practice.
Ooh.
Instead of, like, making a DC check to take half damage, for example, you could, like, block it with, you could, like, shoot your own fire out and block it, or you could just, like, kind of use, I don't know, you could do multiple things at this point with a little more training.
Ooh.
Zuko kind of explains that a little with in-game terminology. With more practice, you would be able to redirect powerful fire attacks towards you that weren't just small fireballs.
Neat! Alex is ecstatic about this, and she goes, "You want to see a trick I learned?"
He goes, "Oh, sure, that'd be cool. What kind of trick?"
She holds out her hands and creates a freaking flaming bird and has it fly around her head a couple times before it disappears.
Zuko, how will he react to that? Alright, so Zuko's mouth drops and he's like, "That is awesome. Never seen anyone use fire in that way before." Alright.
It's equivalent to this, I suppose.
Yeah.
So, are we gonna continue training today, or you think that's a good stopping point?
Well, we could probably do some other training today, but for now we should at least go get lunch.
Fair enough. She starts heading towards the kitchen. Just excited about her new tricks.
Yeah.
Hello, Benji!
Hello.
What you making today?
Burritos.
Burritos? Ooh. Sounds great.
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, have you seen our other friend? He's, I don't know, is he an elf? He's kind of keeps to himself. He's got a book in front of his face. His name's Myris.
Oh, yeah, him. Yeah, the one with the book always in front of his face. Yeah. Yeah, that's him. What about him?
Have you seen him lately?
I mean, he comes in here, comes in to eat 3 times a day. So, that's about it though. He, with the fact that he always has a book in front of his face, I assume he probably spends a lot of time in the library on the ship.
I mean, I know where he is because I was,
Okay.
pestering him earlier. I was just wondering if he's eaten lunch
Okay.
already. If not, I'd like to bring him some food.
No, he has not been to lunch yet.
Ah! Well, do you mind if I bring him his serving?
Sure. Could do that. He gives you an extra burrito. Give the burrito the thing, aren't you?
Huh? No, I'm not gonna be a bitch. I will save half of my burrito that I am eating, though.
Okay. Okay. Fucking Oni got a 100. Jesus Christ. So you guys know how Philip does like OP books all the time?
Yeah.
So I just had Oni roll 2d100. He's found a couple books in a few days that are magical books.
Oh, I know he threatened me.
He threatened you?
Yeah, I sent him annoying jingles and messages all day.
Oh god. So when he rolled a D100, he got a 30, and then he got a 100.
However,
So,
since it is a
oh boy.
library and we are taking a slight break, I wouldn't mind popping my head in for a second.
By all means, if you want, you can. You'll probably find Myrus in there.
He's ignoring me.
Yeah.
I would like to, first off, observe the room. He's
Okay.
probably keeping it nice and tidy. uh,
Yeah, I don't have a gift for this. So. So it's got about 3 shelves. It's not the biggest of rooms. It's what? Say 20 by 20.
mm-hmm.
It's got 3 shelves on the back wall, the left wall, and the right wall. There are a couple chairs in between the 3 shelves, like 1 chair to the left of the middle bookcase and 1 chair to the right. They're relatively nice, comfy chairs, not like wooden chairs. You could sit in it for hours and be comfortable and not have a stiff butt. There's a coffee table in the middle of the room with 4 wooden chairs around it. Some lanterns and stuff that aren't lit because it's still daytime.
Ah.
Actually, no, I lied. They have electricity on the boat. They're lights. It's a nice boat. Sometimes I forget we're doing modern, and I'm like, oh yeah, D&D, they have lanterns because it's the old ages, and I'm like, all right, modern. Nah, they got electricity.
So, Alex is going to look around in the library for a second and look for something in particular.
Oh, okay. Assuming you're gonna type what in particular? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, if nobody's here, why should I be conversing with everybody? They can find out when they get back if they want to roleplay for it.
Yeah. Yeah. Nah, I mean, by all means, get OP by finding a good book because they're gonna get
Oh, you're gonna
OP
hate me
from
for what
training,
I'm looking
so.
for.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Say what? Did she? Yeah, that was 9 minutes ago. Okay. That
To be
I
fair,
understand why you want that book.
I'm
You know.
gonna tell you why I'm looking for the book and why I suspect it might be on board.
Okay.
We
You have
are
an argument to be made. Go ahead.
we are transporting Prince Zuko
to the gates of Azulon, and
Yeah.
he's traveling with the Avatar. So I'm assuming these people have some books from those lands and on the subjects in those lands.
Okay.
Bruh, if everybody else is gonna double level up and Myrus is getting super OP, I need some shit too.
Alright, but you're getting possibly 3 kinds of bending in one trip.
Maybe.
Maybe. Depends on how your training goes. So.
Yes.
Okay. Well, considering you're looking for those specific things, as in 2 different books?
2 or 1, because it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah, that's fair. Could be OG. Yeah, you can roll perception with advantage because you know exactly what you're looking for. Unfortunate.
No, it's not fair.
Yeah. You do not see any books relating to what you were looking for.
Sad face.
But let's see, what would you find with a 15? Because that's not a bad roll. I don't know. I'm stuck between a couple different options.
Well, that wasn't a bad book to be looking for.
No, that is not sure the bonuses I would give for that. That I'd have to think about that for a minute. 'Cause, oh boy.
I mean, there's one other thing, but it's not a book. Oh, that's pretty good. Okay, I'm happy with this.
Yeah. You do find that, so.
I'm going to, actually, I'm gonna... I guess I'm gonna message him personally, because he's ignoring me talking to him in here.
What, Oni?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god, I misspelled that horribly. There we go. I said Alex looks at you with an evil grin, takes a book off one of the shelves, and then leaves the library. I'm assuming some time had passed. I run back down and I wave at Zuko. I am back.
Oh, welcome back. What you got there?
Oh, this, and she shows him the book.
Okay. He says, "Oh, I remember reading that when I was younger."
I thought it would come in handy.
Yeah. I might forget some parts of it, so I don't know if I could explain everything in that book as well as you just reading the book. But I could probably explain most things involving that, so if you wanted to start learning that from me, or if you wanted to learn that if you wanted to read the book to get an idea on it yourself, then however you would like to spend your time is up to you.
I think it'd probably be better to study and then take the test.
She looks nervously, remembering the last time she tried to do that.
Okay. That's fair. What is today? The 4th day or the 3rd day?
I think today's the shit, I don't know.
I think it's the 4th.
I think so.
Go back and look at. So you did. That was today. Let's do this. That's 1.
I think this is the 3rd day.
I think that's 2.
Wait, just read the private messages, because I did stuff every night.
Did it? Oh yeah, I was going through dice rolls, but I will do that instead.
So 1, 2...
So, that's 1.
Oh yeah, this is
2.
day 4.
Okay.
Alright, what are we doing?
Typing some stuff to Oni, but you can read that book. Could take maybe 4
Alright.
hours, as it is not a big book, it is a small book.
Is it, like, is the day over?
You guys did 8 hours of training, then you had lunch, then you did,
I went and got a book.
you went and got a book, so that's about another,
I mean, if it's not the end of the day, I'm going to go bring the burrito, the half of the burrito that I didn't eat, and give it to my little rat friend.
it's going to fucking feast.
And then I'm going to go back to the deck, snap my fingers into my bikini, and then lay down and read my book in the sun.
Alright, you have some onlookers. There are definitely some workers on the ship staring at you periodically throughout the day.
It's all good. I'm reading a book.
What does Zuko want to do? Zuko gonna meditate. What did Ooh, low unfortunate.
That's rough, buddy.
That is.
My god, I got it. Yeah, I don't have it. That makes me sad. Oh, here it is.
Right, so let's.
What was the captain's name again?
Ren.
That's right, Ren. I knew that. Because when I heard Ren, I was thinking Ren the Vocaloid. Oh no! But you said it's R-E-N, so I typed that in the gifts and I got Ren from Ren and Stimpy. So this is how the captain looks.
No.
Cartoon is so ugly. Alright. Are you typing out my book then? Are you talking to
Yes.
Oni?
Yes, I am. I'm typing out your book right now.
Ah.
Tony.
Oni's ignoring me. He don't like my messages. Yeah, I said Alex sends random annoying jingles that may get stuck in your head with the message, and he's like, oh god, and I was like, you're welcome. He says, I warn you against drawing the ire of an arcanist. I have very many powerful spells under my command, many of which may prove too much for you to overcome, even with your avatar training. This frustrates me. Don't talk shit to me. This is why I was looking for that book. I just wanted to scare him a little. And as for you not knowing what it could do, I could give you a possibility which I don't think would be overpowered.
By all means, type what you have as a suggestion. I was just about to type something after typing something else.
Oh, I'm
As a
not for
suggestion.
the book that I'm reading right now, but if I do happen to
Oh,
find
okay.
that book somewhere else later.
Oh, the other one. Okay.
Because you said you didn't know what you would even type for it.
So this one. How do we want to do this?
I don't care if it's in public.
Okay. I can post it in story if you want me to, but I was just typing it to you in.
I mean, if you want to just type it to me, I think it'd be kind of cool if people learned about it if they actually talked.
Yeah, but you can.
Yeah, like, what
Yeah,
I'm
but
saying
you
is
can
like,
you can catch up after 2
yeah,
years
that's
of
what
training.
I'm talking about.
You know?
It's catching up.
I think Mughal's point was just a lot of the players are not super vocal in roleplay, so. I mean, you can be descriptive. Like how Oni is very descriptive, but he has many years of D&D experience. So it's just like practice on describing things and thinking out certain aspects of how you want to do what you're doing. Okay.
That wasn't.
You're not gonna sword fight? Okay. Okay.
I wasn't personally attacking you.
We'll go with that. Let me edit that actually. Add something to that.
Good. There you go. That's what I was thinking about. If you were struggling to find something to do with that, there's an idea. It's got some pros, it's got some cons.
Alright, there we go. Okay. That's...
I mean, it is strong, but it's got the once per long rest and the
Does have
lack
the
of
drawback. Yeah.
yeah, the lack of concern.
If you find that book, I might be alright with those effects.
Yep.
Might want to pin that message. Just in case. Alright, well, you have at least got 8 hours, about another hour, about 4 more hours. It's about 13 hours from 7 o'clock. 5. So you have about an hour or two of daylight left.
Alright. That note, I close my book. I get up and I'm like, okay, I read it.
Alright. You guys want to know who just messaged me?
Fox,
Yes.
what'd she message you?
LOL, so guess what?
Yeah, like,
I don't know.
okay, well, Alex is standing in front of Zuko, slightly tanned.
Yeah. Zuko was in his room meditating.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. So
That's fine.
Alex goes and looks for Zuko.
Okay. Where do you look?
Did he tell me where he was going?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
he did. He told you he was going to his room to meditate.
Alright, I go to his room,
Okay.
knock on the door.
He answers the door, coming out of a kind of trance.
I
Is-
read the book.
Oh, awesome. Would you like to try playing around with some lightning then?
I have a question.
Okay. What is your question?
What happens if we miss? Do we accidentally hit the boat,
and it conducts electricity, or do we hit the water and it conducts electricity into the boat? I think it'd probably be best if we just tried that at your homeland.
You have a fair point. I mean, I probably wouldn't miss, but if you're redirecting it, then it might be best to wait.
Yeah. However, I am totally fine with continuing the fireball training.
Okay. Is there any additional things you would like to learn involving firebending?
She just kind of zones out for a second.
Yeah.
Then she looks back. She's like,
Well, yes, actually. And I know this is probably a sore subject, but I do remember that your sister could actually kind of use firebending to launch herself further the distances.
Uh-huh. Mean like flying using firebending.
Well, I guess technically flying, but I mean, I'm sure once I get down to airbending, I can get that figured out. But I figure, well, now come to think of it, it's kind of probably pointless to learn it if I'm just gonna learn airbending. I don't know how I'm gonna learn airbending. She's having an existential crisis now.
So, yeah, that airbending may be difficult to learn. Not sure, since Aang isn't really here as Aang anymore.
Yeah. Makes things a little bit more complicated, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Well, she gives him a pat on the shoulder. You're the teacher, you decide the lesson.
This is fair enough. Well, my experience flying with airbending kinda... Oh god, what is it called? I don't remember what it's called. The staff that turns into a glider. I don't remember what those are called.
I think you just called it a staff.
Really.
I'm curious now. Just an airbender staff.
Oh, it's just a glider.
Oh yeah, glider.
It's just a glider that is all doubles as a staff. As well, flying with airbending typically need a glider.
Well, I mean, there is another airbender that I do know of, but unfortunately, there's the whole wibbly wobbly timey wimey thing, and he would in no way teach me. But I do know that it is possible without a glider.
Oh? Really?
Yeah.
And he just kind of says wibbly wobbly timey wimey.
Uh-huh.
Okay then. He just seems really confused and he's not sure what you're talking about.
You know, she looks at him, like, dead in the eyes. I'm talking time travel, future stuff.
Let's see if Zuko knows what time travel is. Alright. Says, oh. Okay. Yeah. What exactly is wibbly wobbly timey wimey?
You don't... How do you not... The greatest time traveler, well, probably second greatest time traveler that ever existed, coined that
Yeah.
phrase.
Good catch. good catch. Saying second right there. That's brownie points.
Oh yes, I am learning how to be the perfect little Simperella.
Ass kisser.
Yes. After watching Overlord, I'm taking some keynotes here.
It's fair. When you have a being that is so much more powerful than you, then there are certain ways to act around them and treat them. Overlord is a relatively decent example of how you act when you're just like, oh, supreme being.
Yeah, I'm not quite. I think Alex was also aware that there are other gods in this universe, and she considers them holy beings, but they don't compare to her Kami-sama.
Yeah, that's fair. They may be gods. They're definite gods in this world/universe. But Rick is like the legit creator of the universe. So gods are beneath him. Like,
Yeah.
gods are beneath the Doctor, and the Doctor is beneath Rick. So it's kind of a chain of hierarchy.
Uh-huh.
Anyways, Zuko says, the second greatest time traveler ever, huh? I'm not entirely sure I know who that would be.
Well, if there's ever a point in time or place that he or she is needed, they will be there.
Oh,
You'll hear a fantastic, beautiful whirring sound. Just be prepared.
okay. Huh, okay. Well, alright. You wanna call it a night since it's close to sundown, or do you want to try and get a little more training in?
I can go a couple rounds, but I do have some studying that I am doing currently, so.
Okay. You guys can head up top and do some more firebending at each other.
Yep.
What kind of firebending do you want to do?
First I'm gonna cast Major.
Okay.
And we're gonna go another round.
Catch?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's another 2 hours. You can roll 10d20. Nice. Got like a couple bad rolls, but everything else pretty good. You seem to do good throughout the first maybe 45 minutes. Do okay. Like, not great, but not terrible. Then you just make this like perfect gliding the fireball in a circle and redirecting it back at Zuko, that he's just astonished and redirects it back out into the water, dropping it at just how perfect you did that. And he says, just remember that right there. He tells you to focus on how you just did it. And yeah. Then you guys continue back up, and it goes pretty well. No mishaps. One point towards the end of it where you kind of catch it and you're not quite able to redirect it back at him, and it goes kind of flying up into the air like above him. Doesn't hit anything, just kind of disapparates into the air. You start up. last little bit, and you do good. And yeah.
That, she thanks him for the training,
Yep.
and, she heads off to her room.
Okay. So, first 2 times, just you succeed. Kind of get the hang of it. Kind of gliding around the room, like kind of like Superman, sorta.
Yeah.
Yeah. You hear. I don't know if you want to cast speak to animals or not. I don't know how long it lasts.
Sure, I'll cast it.
You can. You don't have to. It's up to you.
I'm probably gonna cast it every night until I get this perfect.
That's fair.
What is he saying? I want to know.
Whee!
Yes.
Woo! Wee! Woo! And then after a couple hours, you just can't seem to get it again. So that's the 4th day. Yeah. We could probably stop there since we've been going for about 5 hours and 15 minutes.
There was one thing I wanted to do.
Okay. You can do that first.
Gonna be persistent about this, I'm sorry. Alex gets up, does her morning routine, runs, grabs breakfast, then, like, without a word, runs back to the library, returns her book, and looks one more time.
Okay. Roll perception with advantage. Ooh, you find it.
Yes! Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
In that case, I, hopefully, probably, I don't know if Myrus is sleeping in there, but if he's not, I'm assuming I'm there before he is, and I yoink that shit out, and I get ready for my day.
Okay. Gonna read the book or train with Zuko? I guess we can just stop there, unless we want to just like speed run the next couple days or something.
I mean, I'd like to get past the training, that way when we come back we can actually freaking play. Personally. I don't know about everybody else. I'm sure other people are ready to actually do stuff, because they're not really, they're just doing the same thing every day. If you want me to roll a bunch of training points and read that book over the course of time, I'd be okay with that if you are.
1 second. Just gonna say that for now.
Oh.
So, we can kind of progress more throughout.
Want to run another day then?
Sort of. I mean, we can. We're gonna run some more days next session, but yeah, you're getting to a point in your training where you're not gonna have to keep rolling. So the
Alright.
first few days you gotta like actually roll for it, and after a few days or so, you'll be able to just, once you get different techniques and things down, then you'll be able to just do stuff without rolling for it.
Well, then this is what I'll say that I'm doing for the day. Opening up with whatever training that Zuko wants to throw at me.
Mm-hmm.
At lunch and right after lunch, I spend time reading book. Then after that, if we have more daylight hours, continue training. And then my night stuff.
Okay.
So speed run, what do you want me to roll?
Zuko is gonna suggest that you either try to learn fire breathing or fire coming out your feet.
Alex is all about that fire breathing. It sounds amazing.
Okay. That is not something you've practiced yet.
I tried once.
You want to practice it? Well, yeah, but
You can go for the 6.
6 hours. Okay, say 18d6 or d20. Sorry, I don't know why I said d6.
I was like, okay.
No.
Oof.
Okay, so on your second attempt to fire breathe, you burn your tongue a little. You get some fire, but it burns your tongue a little.
I don't even bother pulling out my water bottle. I just use the spit into my mouth to heal myself.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's liquid. You can do that. Partway through the day, you successfully breathe a giant fireball, breath of fire. You breathe fire out your mouth in a giant, let's say, giant cone of fire. And Zuko claps and is impressed. And you don't do it any other time. Well, you don't do it any other time besides that.
Alright.
You do it really well the one time, though. And you think you might be able to do it better tomorrow. Or later tonight.
Alright.
And read your book.
Yep.
Okay.
I also take like half the food from lunch.
Okay.
Yes, a reading book.
Okay, I'm gonna say that the parameters you came up with for the book are acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say... let's say you have advantage for a minute.
Okay.
So, because it kind of lasts for a while, sort of, so.
Alright.
At least a minute of fighting.
how many turns is the whole thing?
Oh, let me. I'm gonna say for the time being, until more Avatar things happen. I'm gonna say that you're. Basically, Avatar's state will last a minute for now.
Okay.
Will probably increase to longer down the line.
It's fair. On that note, back to fire breathing.
Okay. Roll. Probably got. Well, 14 hours. So you got an hour left. So taking time to eat and do other things. So you got about an hour, so you could roll 3d20.
Oof.
You get a little baby burp of fire the first time you try it, but can't do it again after that.
Okay. Alex feels a little disappointed in herself today. She had one good run and that was it.
It was a really good run, though. For that one good run, you should feel proud of yourself. It was a huge breath of fire.
Alright then. I'll feed my friend the scraps.
Okay. He doesn't appear to be able to eat all the food at once. He's not able to eat as much food as you are giving him.
Well, he'll have some leftovers for later.
He is ecstatic.
Like I established, I did cast Speak with Animals.
Yeah. He thanks you a lot and is happy to participate with stuff. Ooh. So.
There's a really good one and a really bad one.
Yeah.
If he gets hurt, I would like to say I am going to heal him.
Okay. That's fine. Let's type something up for that.
Oh god. No, I don't want to read this.
I shall.
I'll roll for this. The
I pray to Rick, and I am in tears.
well, before I decide, I'm gonna check. Let's see what Rick says.
Please don't make me push the button over this.
All right. So, Rick, as you are praying to Rick, he appears before you and is like, what?
Okay, please share this with the freaking group. They need to hear this shit. They already know what I'm doing. Okay.
I mean, they might.
Alright, Alex is in, like, sheer panic right now, and she's like, and she's holding up her friend.
It's like, oh, what happened?
I think I killed him.
Oh, like, I mean, what do you do to him?
You know, I was just, she, like, recollects herself. I was practicing my newfound avatar powers, and I accidentally, overdid it. I did not mean to cause him any harm, and I need to figure out how to fix this.
Okay, so Rick gonna roll a d20 plus a modifier I'm not going to type in because you're not allowed to know his intelligence modifier. So as long as Rick doesn't get a 1, yup. Rick says, "Oh, you were doing that. Well, let me inspect him for a moment," and kind of looks at him, and Rick's eye kind of like moves around and looks like it's scanning your friend. Says, and Rick takes his finger, and like the end of his finger kind of pops off, like flips open, and he just takes his finger and he zaps your friend, and your friend jumps up back to life and looks around, looking really confused.
Oh, thank you! And she gives Kami-sama a hug and hugs her friend too.
He just kind of gives you a little head pat and is like, "Yep, no problem." And then Rick says, "You know, kind of curious what it feels like to have your newfound avatar power used on me."
What?
Rick's like, you know, just wondering what it would feel like.
Would you like me to show you?
And Rick
Huh? Alright. 1d20 coming up.
Yeah.
Tides of chaos, this bitch.
That's fair. Go ahead. Wow. Okay. So, what to do about that?
I should just like
be
automatically
honest.
know how to do it now. Jeez.
Just in case, you can roll one more d20. I just want to see if it happens. even know right now. Yeah. So I have to type this. This is too much right now. Can't believe you just did this. I just wanted to see if it would happen, and it actually happened. Like,
I don't think I've ever seen 3 nat 20s in a row.
I have. It was amazing. This is probably better because I'm stuck between several different options, and I don't want it to be too much, but at the same time, like, it's 3 nat 20s to the god you are worshiping, the creator of the universe. So it's like I kind of can't underdo it. How to even do this right now is ridiculous.
Just imagine this all happened because of a simple fuck up.
Yeah, because you rolled a nat 1. Pretty much. Moogle rolled 3 nat 20s in a row, so I'm typing up something right now. And I'm having trouble making it up because I can't undersell it, but I don't want to overdo it. But it's 3 nat 20s in a row, so it's kind of ridiculous.
Hopefully next session we'll be fighting. Why do you sound so
Yes,
upset?
you will.
Oh, shh. There's a child in the living room. Oh, okay. I was gonna ask if you wanted to play Smite. Alright, who wants to lead this bitch?
I can in a moment. I'm almost done typing.